Hello, good evening, good day, everyone, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 354. I hope you're all doing great. So, we shall discuss whatever you would like to discuss. We shall also discuss the situation in Iran, if something has happened. And before we do any of that, before I take any of your questions, let me see who all is there on the live stream. I can see Ranu Nahapana, Hail Rudra, indeed, Aditya Acharya, Observe, Notify, Priyam Ravi, Om Popale, Rohan Bidi, Jai Shri Ram, The Eternal Witness, good evening, Piyush Sinha, Geopolitical Dubey from Indore, Priyanshu Poli, Pratardana, Namaste, Padmanabhar from Chattanooga, Tennessee, well, good morning, Rekha Humble, Jai Shri Ram, Ashwani Sharma, Shubh Sandhya, Mary Kane, good evening, ma'am, good morning, Mary, Abhishek Shukla live from Kanpur, Samarth Pramanik, Namaste. Soldier Boy, good to see you. Ayush Singh, Pranam Sarji, Animals for Laugh from Mumbai. Sumit, he's here from Jaipur. Harshay Kemcho, Somi, hi. M.K. Shav, Tanmay Deshpande, General Subuthai, good to see you, General Subuthai. Shishir Upatia, Pranam, Mr. Asia, Yesh, well, hello, good afternoon. Harshay once again, Tanmay Deshpande, Hussein Lakdawala from Bangalore, hello. Anup is here from Pune, hello, good to see you. Fancy Penguin, yo, James, hello James, good to see you, James. Meet Mistry, Somi is here from Jaipur, Sri Hari Arjun, Jayant is here from Berlin. Random Skull, hello, good to see you, Random Skull. Chill Life 1973, hello. Anish is here from Calgary in Canada. Well, good morning. Who else? Sergeant Skylone, hello. Vinay Paul Gill, Sat Sri Akal. Nandish Senpai, hello. Hiya. Saptarshi Chakrabarti is here from Shillong. Somi says, do you like Dean Martin's songs? Well, yes. Mambo Italiano. Yes, nice. Viraj Kamath, good morning, evening. Vai Falcon, hello. Devaputra Kanishka, Har Har Mahadev. Shreyas Mitra 3 from Moscow, hello. Who else do we have? Dheeraj Kamath once again. Shalendra Chaudhary, Jai Hind. Pratham Agarwal. XASHR, Vinay Paul Gill. Crazy Snapper, hello. The Death Hunter. Hitesh Hichi, Jai Shri Krishna. Rahul Himtani from Mumbai. Blind Torpedo. Shankar Mahadevan. Who else? Ankita Kachap, hello, good evening, ma'am. Sergeant Skyland once again. Mama Bucket VFX, Vanakam indeed. Who else? Palak Sachan. And so many other people. So I won't be able to greet you all individually, but Anamil Sarkar is here. Light Yagami from Andhra Pradesh. Jatin Shukla is back from his village. Good to have you back, Jatin Shukla. Yatharth Soni is here from Toronto, Canada. Dr. Shanmukh Bhavirisetti from Hyderabad. Hello. And everybody else. Okay. So, before we get into the questions, let's see quickly what's happening. The situation when it comes to Iran. Is something about to happen? Is everything just the way it is? Let us see. Let's put some stuff on the screen. Let's go through that, and then we shall proceed with the questions. So here we have an interesting. What is this? Okay, let's try that again. Okay, give me a second. Here, this should do it. Yes, that's right. This one. Okay, so what have we here? This is a report from CNN. Okay, it's from today itself. And it says that the majority of the US military sites in the Middle East have been damaged, it says, by Iran. At least 16 American military sites have been damaged in Iranian strikes, making up the majority of US positions in the Middle East. A new CNN investigation can reveal. The damage includes high-value targets, raising questions about America's footprint in the region. And there's a video that goes along with that, which we shall not play here. But CNN admits that the majority of US military sites in the Middle East have been damaged by Iran. Damaged. Okay. Now here's this. Here is a video that features the American journalist Anna Kasparian, who works with or for the Young Turks. Okay. And she says that the Trump administration, quote unquote, begged private satellite companies to hide images of destroyed American military bases. And it says this Twitter account says that the Pentagon was allegedly terrified the world will see how Iran completely humiliated the Trump's military. So this is an American journalist, a left-wing journalist, but still American, right? And she says that the Trump administration begged private satellite companies to hide images of destroyed, not damaged, but destroyed American bases. So it is becoming increasingly clear from what CNN says, from what Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks say, that the majority of American military bases in the region have been destroyed, actually. CNN says it's damaged. This lady says it's destroyed. It's becoming increasingly apparent that the majority of American bases have been actually destroyed in the region. So that has been one of the outcomes of this war, right? And the war isn't exactly over yet, but that's been one of the outcomes of this war. That the US has, to a large extent, lost its ability to project power in West Asia because of the destruction of its military bases in the region. And CNN says there's at least how many? 16, at least 16 American military bases. And they say they have been damaged. Okay, what else? This is from today morning. Mass US Air Force aircraft leaving Middle Eastern bases in the past hour, including C-17A, C-5M transports, and a P-8A Poseidon. A similar mass departure happened approximately 2 hours before the war began on February 28. Well, this is more than 12 hours ago. It's exactly 12 hours ago that this report came out. So obviously, as far as I know, there's no resumption of the war thus far. But yes, there is military activity in the region. Now, I just said that American military bases in the region have been destroyed. So how come American aircraft are leaving Middle Eastern bases? Most likely, these are Middle Eastern bases hosted by the host nations that belong to the host nations. They don't belong to the US. For example, there are military bases in West Asia that belong to, let's say, Saudi Arabia or UAE, whatever. Those still haven't been destroyed. It's the American bases that have been destroyed. So maybe the US is using these host nations' military bases for this activity. So this account is speculating that maybe a new, a resumption of the war may happen because of this pattern that we are seeing here. But thankfully, thus far, no such thing has happened. But we're going to have to keep an eye on things. This is a Truth Social post by Donald Trump, which came out, I suppose, today, or maybe not. We'll see. So Trump says, I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. So Trump says that Iran has to be punished. They haven't been punished enough. Right? So essentially, Trump is saying that war should continue because scores must be settled for what Iran has allegedly done to humanity and the world for 47 years. That sounds like a new objective that Trump has for this war, and implies its beginning or end has nothing to do with the nuclear issue. It also makes the case for every country, especially in the global south, abused by colonialism, to reopen the file on their old grievances and line up to wage wars to settle old scores. It seems most of humanity opposes this war Trump wants to wage on their behalf and may be interested in talking about other abuses of humanity. So, yeah. So Trump is saying that Iran hasn't yet paid a big enough price for what they have supposedly done to humanity and the world over the past 47 years. Okay, what else? Now, this is the US-China rivalry. Okay, we are seeing some of that being played out over here. So China invokes blocking statute for the first time. China's Ministry of Commerce has, for the first time, activated its 2021 blocking rules ordering all Chinese firms and individuals not to comply with US sanctions, targeting five independent Chinese oil refineries accused of purchasing Iranian crude. Beijing called the US measures imposed under two executive orders an unjustified and improper use of extraterritorial law. This move puts multinational companies operating in both markets, China and the US, in direct legal conflict. Compliance with US sanctions now risks violating Chinese law and vice versa. Global banks and firms with dollar exposure face secondary sanctions risk if they continue dealing with the affected refineries. Analysts describe the order as a significant step towards competing legal frameworks for global trade, accelerating the path to potential economic decoupling between the two powers. So we are seeing a bifurcation of the world order. We are seeing the bifurcation of two blocks: the US led bloc, that's the Western world, and the Chinese and Russian led bloc, mainly Chinese led bloc economically, right? And then you will have the global south somewhere in between, wondering what to do, what do we do. So that is what we are seeing now. That's happening. The US is imposing sanctions on five independent Chinese refineries. Okay. And China is saying that all Chinese firms and individuals must not comply with these sanctions. And this puts multinational companies operating in both markets in direct legal conflict. They'll be torn about what do they do. So we are witnessing this economic war being played out right now. And it is obviously directly impacted by the war against Iran. Okay, what else? This is interesting. The US military seeks blanket access to Indonesian airspace. So, for everyone who thinks that the US is supposedly retreating from either Iran or especially China or the Eastern Hemisphere, the US is currently seeking a blanket overflight agreement with Indonesia, which would grant the US unprecedented access to Indonesian airspace, and it will allow American military aircraft to fly over Indonesia without case by case diplomatic approval from the government of Indonesia. And obviously, this has a lot to do with the Strait of Malacca, right? This is the strait through which the vast majority of Chinese shipping goes in and goes out of, including most of China's imported energy. And this is a strait the US has planned to interdict for decades to strangle China. It is not located next to Indonesia, it is within Indonesia. And we'll see. We'll take a look at the map. So let's take a look at the map. Okay, where's the map? Here is map. Let's take a look at the map. The Strait of Malacca. So the Strait of Malacca is this strait here. Okay, it connects the Andaman Sea to the so-called South China Sea. Okay, this is the Strait of Malacca. It passes, well, between Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, and the US military wants a blanket permission from Indonesia for overflight rights. So if the Americans get it, it means that their aircraft, their military aircraft, don't need special case by case permission from Indonesia to fly over Indonesian territory. That essentially makes Indonesia a very clear American vassal state, if it is not that sort of thing already. But that's what the US seeks. And that would give them the ability to interdict any shipping through the Strait of Malacca on demand. Right? So obviously this is aimed at China more than India. For India, it is Hormuz and Bab al Mandeb, but for China, it is Malacca. So you see, the US seeks to now further press home the advantage that it has in this region. It already has the three island chains. Now it wants to secure Malacca as well. So it's going to set off alarm bells in China. Anyhow, that is the situation right now. A brief update about what's been happening the past 24 or so hours. Now let us go into the questions that you all have. Let us see what questions we have. Aditya Acharya has become a new member of the channel. Thank you so much, Aditya. I very much appreciate it, and welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you so much. Priyam Ravi says, Please share your views on the mass cutting of trees, mangroves, etc., for various development projects in cities of India while battling a severe heat wave, as afforestation will take several generations to reap benefits. Look, overall, I am not a big fan of deforestation. I'm not a big fan of cutting down of trees, mangroves, whatever. But India is a nation that needs to develop, and that also has to be taken into account. That also is a very big imperative for India. India has to develop. So when it comes to whether it is cities, whether it is other parts of India where you have development projects that are happening, for example, expressways, roadways, highways, uh, railway lines that are being laid down, airports are being built, you need to clear land for that. So what we need to have is a clear policy that whatever land we clear and whatever the number of trees are killed as a consequence, we're going to plant at least that number of trees elsewhere. And we need to have certain areas in India which are completely protected where no such thing can happen. So there are many parts of India which are hilly, mountainous, etc., which don't have big population centers. Well, we could reserve such parts of India um, for national parks and forests. So that is, I think, a good idea. That's how we should go. But when it comes to the development of India, there are all these NGOs and certain vested interests and certain political parties that will try to invoke, you know, the need to preserve forests and all to prevent India from, let's say, going ahead with certain projects. That we have to be very careful about, and that is not desirable. So the nation's progress must happen. It must keep on happening. It must continue. But we also have to take care of the environment. So if trees have to be cut in some parts of India, you have to ensure that we have, at least I would say 20% forest cover in the country, and you can set aside some parts of India for that. So that's what needs to happen. Yeah. So I am not a fan at all of cutting trees, but sometimes it has to happen. And we need to have, you have to make cities and towns livable. So if you have a city, you need to have a certain amount of green cover inside the city, and that's something we don't always do in India. So yeah, so we need to have a balanced approach. Overall, I'm not a big fan of cutting trees, mangroves, whatever. But I also agree that the country needs to keep developing. We can't afford to be left behind. We've already lost a lot of time, so we have to keep developing. So that's how we need to have a balanced approach. Om Opopali says views on Khomeini's abrupt rise in 1960s white revolution. Khomeini's abrupt rise in 1960s white revolution. I'll have to do some reading up to brush up my 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 understanding of that period of time. I don't exactly know the exact history of Khomeini's rise to power. Okay, in the 1960s, I am very clear about how he came back to power in 1970. Not came back to power, but came to power for the first time in 1979. How that happened, how things progressed in the 1970s, 1960s white revolution. I am not really sure. So unless I do some reading up, I won't be able to answer your question. Sorry. Views on Khomeini and Khamenei. Khomeini and Khamenei, each of them. Views. Well, they were the first and second Ayatollahs who ruled Iran. And obviously, they are both Shia Muslim clerics, conservative people. And they ruled Iran the best way they supposed they should. Yeah. And I would say they were both legitimate rulers of Iran. Yeah. Om says, what if Khomeini's grandpa never left India? Well, then history would have taken a different turn and maybe a different Ayatollah would have come to power perhaps in 1979. Right? It's all ifs and buts and speculation. So if his grandpa did not ever leave India, maybe history would have been different and a different person would have been Ayatollah in 1979 perhaps. Om says, thoughts on Mullah Iran versus sovereign Parsi Iran. Well, the last time you had a sovereign Parsi Iran was sometime in the 7th century. Yes. Sometime in the 7th century is when you had Sasanian Iran, Sasanian Persia. And that sovereignty that Persia had was taken away by the Rashidun Caliphate. And ever since that Arabic invasion and occupation and conquest of Iran, we've not had a sovereign Parsi Iran or Zoroastrian Iran. So for us, for the people of Persia overall, I would say sovereign Zoroastrian Iran was a much better thing. Yeah. But the fact of the fact of the matter is that today we have what you call a mullah Iran. It's just a fact, right? So you've got to deal with that. Om says, thought on Islamic revolution bad on social progress for Iran. Maybe they consider this to be sociological progress of Iran. That Iran changed from a westernizing nation to a theocratic Shia Islamic nation. Maybe from their perspective, that is progress. Maybe from your perspective or someone else's perspective, that is going backward. Right? But it is a fact that the people wanted the Ayatollah Khamenei to come to power in 1979. So the people got what they wanted. Right? Is it bad for sociological progress, socio-political, whatever progress of Iran? It's none of my concern. It doesn't concern me. I am concerned with India. I am not going to, see, every nation, every culture has the right to live in their own way. The Zoroastrian Iran it died in the 7th century AD. That's 1300 years ago. That is nothing more than a pipe dream anymore, right? So I am not going to impose my worldview on other nations. I believe every nation has the right to exist in their own way and to live life in their own way. As long as they don't intrude upon my way of life, I have no issue with their way of life. So I'm not going to say it's good or bad for the sociological progress. If the people want it, good for them, enjoy it. Okay, Om says thoughts on White Revolution 1963 versus 1979 revolution. What was this White Revolution? It was, what was this? It was the Shah consolidating power, wasn't it? Yeah. Now that I think back, Operation Ajax had happened. When did Operation Ajax happen? Which was the regime change, which was done by the Americans and the British against Mohammed Mossadegh. Let's see. Operation Ajax. So it was 1953. And then you had a White Revolution in 1963. So I suppose it was about the Shah consolidating power or something. I'm not going to look it up. Or maybe I should. Okay. 1963 White Revolution. What exactly was this? Of course, I've read about this. Yeah, modernization and all that, right? Okay. Bloodless revolution. Iranian society, until 1979. Okay. Right. It was the Shah modernizing Iran, wasn't it? Okay, that's what it was. It was the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, modernizing Iran or trying to modernize Iran. And that offended a lot of people. And that's what led to 1979, where Khamenei takes over. It was a failed attempt to modernize Iran. It worked to a certain extent, but it did not. It was not well received in the rural parts of Iran. In the urban metropolitan parts of Iran, where you had people who were highly educated and kind of westernized, those people welcomed it. But people who lived in the rural parts of Iran, they did not welcome this at all. I suppose it offended them. It offended their what you would call their conservative tendencies and sensitivities. And that's why that gave rise to the demand or the desire for something like 1979, which eventually happened. Says thoughts on the last king Yazdegerd and Persian decline. The last king was Yazdegerd, right? And he's the one who was defeated in the invasion by the Rashidun Caliphate. So That must be the last Sasanian king, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Last Sasanian king of Iran must be Yazdegerd. That's right, Yazdegerd the third. And I suppose he would have been killed, right? Yeah, he was murdered by a miller near Merv. Okay, tragic end to the Sasanian dynasty and kingdom, right? So Persia's decline happened because they were unable to defeat the advancing Rashidun Caliphate troops who were making a move on Persia. And yeah, Yazdegerd was killed, and the Arabs took over Persia, and they went to work on Persia. And contrary to what most people imagine, Persia did not convert to Islam in 20, 30 years. It took a couple of centuries. The Persians also resisted. Okay, but it's by the 9th and 10th century, Persia had mostly converted to Islam. So it did not happen over 20, 30 years like a lot of people imagine. It took 2, 3 centuries for this to happen. But the Arabs went to work immediately on converting the Persians to Islam. And Persia initially was a Sunni Islamic region. It was converted to Shia Islam only after 1501 AD, when the Safavid dynasty converted the Persians to Shia Islam. Right, so that's the last king Yazdegerd, the end of culturally Aryan Persia, and the beginning of the Abrahamization of Persia. Yeah. Om says Turks conquered India multiple times, while reverse was not once true. India back then in 600, 800, 700 AD had great education, but still never produced technology to defeat Arabs or Turks. Neither got united and got defeated one by one. So here's the deal. Education produces what society desires. If you have a truly peaceful society, the education is going to produce a lot of educated people, and those people are going to produce what society wants. It's going to produce more literature, more architecture, more beautiful things. But if you have a society that's warlike, then the same education system is going to produce weapons. A great counterexample is Europe in the second millennium AD. Europe was a bunch of tribes fighting each other, and they, for the first time, why the Arabs got access to Indian mathematics and science and whatnot. And what they did was produce weapons, better and better weapons, which were immediately tested on the battlefield. And you could see what improvements were needed. And they were very rapidly, iteratively improved over the decades. And that's how the Europeans became masters of warfare and advanced weaponry. In the case of India, we were not this warlike civilization. We were a peaceful civilization. We had kings who would go to war against each other, but those wars were very different from the European wars. So our education system did not produce that sort of technology. The education system simply imparts knowledge. It is the people who get educated who are supposed to use the education in some shape or form or the other. So our education system produced advanced mathematics, calculus, all that. It produced a tremendous amount of astronomical knowledge. It produced toxicology, pharmacology, Ayurveda, all of that. It produced the knowledge required to travel the world in the oceans. It produced, the largest sailing ships in the world and those things. It did not produce weapons of mass destruction, because that's not what we Indians thought about, right? So you can have the best education system in the world, but if you are not a nation that's perennially at war, then your educated people will put that education to use in a totally different way. They'll not produce weapons and technology of mass destruction. They won't do that. Then you had the Turks who invaded and started conquering parts of India. And the first thing they did was destroy India's education system. So then what new stuff would it produce in that case, right? Once that happens. And see, Turkey was not some country, right? The Turks were nomads who lived all over the place. The region that was once called Scythia, that's the entirety of Central Asia, then became Turkic territory. So where do you go and conquer the Turks? Where? You conquer the whole of Central Asia? It doesn't work like that, right? Okay. We did not get united. We got defeated one by one. Well, after 1000 AD, the only time we were united was in the 18th century when the Maratha Empire reunited the subcontinent. Until then, we did not unite. That is correct. Aniket says many European nations became what? Many European nations became superpower despite their smaller size. Is it possible in today's world, which is very well connected, for smaller nations to become a superpower? Secondly, why is it not possible for us to choke the 6-degree channel if we have missiles and drones with 200 plus kilometer range? Third, Mizoram insurgency free. Okay, so you're saying that many European nations became superpowers. Can you name many European nations who became superpowers? Give me an example. I can't think of any European nation that became a superpower except for one, which is England. England is a tiny, small island kingdom, which did become a superpower. It conquered most of the world. Apart from England, I can't think of any European nation that became a superpower. I think we in India use the word superpower very loosely. So what is my definition of superpower in the 21st century context? In the 21st century context, my definition, listen, I don't know what other textbooks say is the definition of superpower. I don't think textbooks even define what superpower is. This need to define things properly, it probably comes from my scientific background. So my definition of the term superpower in the 21st century context is a nation that can intervene military anywhere on the planet at 60 minutes notice. That's my definition of a 21st century superpower. Now, what's my definition of a 19th century superpower? In the 19th century, you do not have the technology that would allow you to intervene anywhere in the world at 60 minutes notice. Let's say it means that a nation that controls large parts of the world and has power projection capability way more than any other nation. So that would be England. So listen, the point is there's only England that became a superpower. The British Empire was the largest in the world in the 19th century. No other European nation came close to being a superpower. Now that is clear, so in today's world, which is very connected, etc., is it possible for smaller nations to become a superpower? It's possible, yes. It all depends on see, what is it that makes any nation a superpower today or in the past? One factor is leadership. The second factor is technology. With leadership comes high standards, obviously, and technology. So today, even a small nation can become a superpower if it makes shockingly significant technological advances and has the right leadership. It can overwhelm anybody. Technology is the differentiator. So today it's possible for smaller nations to become a superpower if they can make significantly momentous technological breakthroughs and utilize them and weaponize them. Why is it not possible for us to choke the 6-degree channel if we have missiles and drones with 200? Theoretically, technically, hypothetically, we can choke. But then the question is, how many such missiles do we have? See, first of all, if you want to choke something, you have to choke something that is impassable on two sides. Impassable on two sides for ships or submarines. If a ship or submarine comes through here, it simply can't go on land, right? So the only viable point of region where it can pass through is this choke point. Similarly, for Hormuz, once again, there are two land masses that are completely stopping ships. There's only one narrow passage. In the case of the 6-degree channel, please understand there is no such thing. There are multiple points through which you can egress, right? So that's why the 6-degree channel is not that much of a choke point. It's not a choke point at all. Now, we can supposedly, perhaps, theoretically, it's in military parlance, it's called an A2AD bubble. It's called an A2AD bubble, anti anti-area access denial. So you can create these bubbles using missiles, but for that you need large quantities of missiles. If you have 33 missiles in your arsenal, how long will you choke it? Or if you have 300 missiles in your arsenal, how long will you choke it? How many BrahMos missiles does India have? I am sure it's not too much more than 2000. So you need very, very large numbers of missiles to be able to do this, right? With 23 missiles or 78 missiles or 300 missiles or 2000 missiles for the whole country, it's not going to work. You need very large numbers of drones and very large numbers of missiles. India has thus far not invested in such large numbers. So that's why, and secondly, it's not hemmed in by two land masses. So it's not a real choke point. It's only a choke point on paper. It doesn't work. Mizoram insurgency free on paper. Good to know that. Everything in India is on paper. Where are the cookies coming in to Manipur from? Through Mizoram. These certificates don't really matter in the real world. I hope it is really insurgency free or whatever. Yeah. But the cookies who are infiltrating into Manipur, a lot of them allegedly have been coming through Mizoram. Has that stopped? Does Manipur have enough cookies now so that we don't need more coming in? I don't know. The Eternal Witness has gifted one membership of the channel to a lucky person. So on behalf of that person, I thank the Eternal Witness. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Thank you. M. Keshav says, Susayam. My 2-year JEE preparation just ended abruptly today due to bad marks in board exam, regurgitation test, feeling a lack of purpose and exhaustion. I have decided to give it one more year, this time with better systems in place. I will take time off cognitively, advance myself, and then return. Could you suggest some foreign books for both concepts and solving mathematics? Trigonometry, mathematics, trigonometry, algebra, calculus, vectors, physics, mechanics, thermodynamics, electromagnetics, etc. Finally, since it's going to be another harrowing year of focus, how do I stay motivated and not let down? Feel like Mark Watney from The Martian. Okay. So first of all, I'm sorry that this happened, but okay, things happen. Sometimes things don't go the way you expect. So you got to deal with that. Maybe you're feeling a lack of purpose or an exhaustion right now. So take a few days off, take 3 days off, take a week off, go travel somewhere, do something totally different so that your mind, it can reset itself. Then you're going to give it one more year with better systems in place. Okay, all that. And you would like some foreign books for concepts and solving mathematics. For the JEE level, what's the right? I'm sure Halliday Resnick should work for you conceptually. Do you need? See, I'm not very familiar with the IIT JEE and the levels and all, but I think if you have Halliday Resnick Walker, that one, whichever edition, doesn't matter, that should take care of the concepts, at least most of the concepts. Now, when it comes to solving mathematics, trigonometry, algebra, calculus, vectors, all that, or physics, mechanics, thermodynamics, electromagnetics, I would say the Shom series books are the best. Once again, I'm not sure how applicable or not they are for IIT JEE. In IIT JEE, you have mains and advanced and things like that, right? But as far as I know, the Shom series books, they are good enough, at least to the college level. And they should be, as far as I understand, they should be enough for IIT JEE, right? So I would say that's the right approach, but you should always, do your own due diligence. I am not an expert in, Indian education system and what books are required at what level and things like that. Overall, yeah. So check it out, but do your own due diligence. And finally, it's going to be another harrowing year of focus. How do you stay motivated, not let down? Have at least one another pursuit at the same time. For example, just take up bodybuilding at the same time. Spend 1 hour a day on that. Or become an athlete, become a long distance runner, spend 1 hour a day on that. So that puts you on a totally different track, an hour or two in the day, right? It keeps you strong and fit and healthy. And a strong mind always exists in a strong body. So maybe that's something you could do. If you don't want to get all physical and exhausted, maybe take up something else. Another hobby that takes up 1 hour of your day out of what you're doing. Maybe learn how to play guitar, or maybe go and be a public speaker or something. Do something that's totally different from, do something that's orthogonal to what you're doing, to the main area of focus. So that way, at least an hour or so in a day, it takes your mind completely off things. I would say the best thing is do something physical, something that ensures that when you hit the sack at night, you fall asleep immediately and have a good 8 hours sleep or whatever. I would say do something like that. Yeah, so if you're physically healthy and fit and all, take up bodybuilding, lifting weights or something. That's a great thing to do. So yeah, find something like that, which can take your mind away and also refresh you and make you physically stronger. That probably is a good idea. I mean, that's what I would do if I were in a similar situation. Right? All right, sir. All the best. Things don't always work out for you the first time you try, but you don't give up hope. Go for it. All right? Do it better this time with better systems in place. All the best, Keshav. All the best. Do well. Succeed this time. All the best. Ranu Nahapana says, just found out Mr. Khamenei was a Turk, not a Persian. See, there are two Mr. Khameneis. There is Mr. Khomeini, that is the 1979 person whose ancestors, at least partially, were Indian. And there is Mr. Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, the person, the Ayatollah who was assassinated by the US. He was of Azerbaijani ancestry, if I'm not mistaken. Shall we double check that? Okay, let's ask Google whether he was of Azerbaijani ancestry. Was Ali Khamenei of Azerbaijani ancestry? Yes, he was of partial Azerbaijani ancestry. His father, Sayyid Javed Khamenei, was an ethnic Azerbaijani Turk from Khamaneh near Tabriz, while his mother was Persian. And he was born in Mashhad, Iran, and is a Persian speaker. So yes, from his father's side, he was a Turk, right? The Azerbaijanis, the Azeris are Turks. So he was half Turkic, not fully Turkic. And this is something you find in Persia, in Iran today. See, Iran was ruled by Turks for significant passages of the past 1200 years. For example, the monster who invaded India, Nadir Shah, he wasn't Persian, he was a Turk. Another monster, not a monster, maybe a monster, Shah Muhammad of Khwarazm, who ruled Persia. He was a Turk. He wasn't Persian. And he did one of the biggest, stupidest mistakes in the history of humanity, offending Genghis Khan. So there have been plenty of Turks who ruled Persia. And they brought in more Turks and settled them in Persia, which is why today's Persian genetic mix is very different from the genetics of Persia that you had during the Sasanian time period, just before the Rashidun Caliphate conquered Persia. At that time, Persia's genetics were very different from what they are today. So the real Persian ancestry and blood that you had, that was, let's say, pure Persian until the Sasanian Empire existed. After that, it got diluted and mixed. Sergeant Skylan says China quits Gwadar. Is China-Pakistan weakening? China-Pakistan is finished, essentially. But let's see. Has China quit the port of Gwadar in Pakistan? Let's see. It has not officially abandoned the entire Gwadar port, but a significant Chinese firm, Hangyang Trade Company, shut down its operations in the Gwadar free zone. The company cited systemic barriers, unviable business conditions, non commercial factors, and blocked exports, marking a major setback for CPEC. Look, please understand this. If you are finding this very surprising, in 2022, the Americans did a regime change in Pakistan, which made Pakistan officially an American vassal all over again. Between 2012 to 2022, Pakistan was a Chinese vassal. That's when this CPEC business happened. So China Pakistan ended in 2022. If you're seeing the repercussions of that today, you should not be surprised. There's nothing surprising about this. Pakistan is now completely an American vassal. There is no China Pakistan relationship today. I mean, it is there on paper and all. The Pakistan is still operate Chinese aircraft, fighter aircraft, and so on. And when it comes to India, the US and China agree that India must be contained. So China and Pakistan work together on that as well. But overall, Pakistan is now an American vassal, and the Chinese experiment of the China-Pakistan economic corridor, that's a failure already. So makes sense for them to withdraw step by step. Kakashi says, wow, Tucker verbatim exposed what you say. EU is NATO vassal and has no control over economy, energy, immigration, social policies, and it's controlled and captured by the deep state and ISR. Well, what's the ISR? I'm not sure, but yeah, deep state. Okay, so Tucker Carlson has verbally essentially repeated what I've been saying for years. Well, good for Tucker. Good for Tucker. He's learning. I suppose he must be watching the Ask Abhijit show in that case. Yeah. Because that is, of course, a fact. And I've been, now I think it's acceptable for people to start saying this. People are realizing this. There are only 5 or 6 sovereign nations. Some people say 4, some people say 5, some people say 6. But that is my framework that I've been speaking about for the past 4-5 years. And the fact that EU is a NATO vassal, and NATO itself is a US vassal. All of that I've been saying for years, but now it's becoming reasonably common knowledge now. Well, good that the world is catching up. Good. Ashutosh Divekar says, can India bypass the semiconductor race by developing its own quantum computing intellectual property? Or it's only for special applications and can't replace a state of the art? See, quantum computing can't replace your standard semiconductor based computing. It can't. For example, you can't have a quantum computing laptop anytime in the future. It's going to take maybe 10-20 years for you to have personal computers that are based on quantum computing. Those are going to be very expensive, like unaffordable expensive for most people, right? But they'll be in the smaller form factor in about 20 years. And quantum computing is used for some very specific applications, not for the regular computing. It's a waste of time, energy, all that. Yeah, to have a quantum computer do standard computations doesn't make any sense. So quantum computers, see, first of all, for a quantum computer, you need to have an almost perfect vacuum. Okay, and you need to have certain technologies that are also very expensive, quantum traps and whatnot. Okay, you need to be able to have atoms that exist in superpositions. You need to be able to query the superpositions using quantum algorithms. All of that is extremely exotic technology and extremely expensive technology. First of all, the vacuum, just having a vacuum, creating a good enough vacuum itself is incredibly expensive and very fragile, not to say. So it doesn't make sense to try and replace the semiconductor based technology with quantum technology. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. So India is, it's not going to be a viable approach or a viable roadmap for India to completely bypass semiconductor based computing and go straight for quantum computing and try to bring quantum computing everywhere. No, that doesn't make sense. It's not commercially viable at all. So it's like you say, it's only for special applications. It's only for special applications. It can't replace your SOTA, state of the art computers. So yeah, India can't bypass the semiconductor race. India has to get its hands dirty and dive deep into the semiconductor race, and you're gonna have to rough it out for the next 10 years or so. Shashwat Ames says infrastructure plans in Nicobar an asset for India. Absolutely. It's high time India does something about the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Let's go and check it out on the map, right? Okay. Let's go check out the Andaman Nicobar Islands on the map and understand that India has been neglecting this region like India does all over the place for so long. India has for decades neglected its eastern seaboard, the east coast of India, all underdeveloped. All of it is underdeveloped. Why? I have no idea why. India's far east, horribly underdeveloped, criminally underdeveloped. Even today, stepmotherly treatment, even today, right? When it comes to the Andaman Nicobar Islands, undefended. Undefended. Let's say tomorrow morning China decides to take over the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. They have way more warships than India. India can't defend the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Let's say the United States decides that it wants to have 25 military bases on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and it sends aircraft carriers and warships to take over the place. What will India do? Nothing much, because India hasn't invested in any infrastructure, civilian or military, on the islands. There is some level of civilian infrastructure on the islands, but we don't have any military facilities. For example, there's only one airstrip that can be used for proper military purposes, and that's the one over here. This place used to be called Port Blair. I'm not. I suppose it's called something else now. That's progress in India, renaming things. But okay, this is about 3 kilometers long. That's great. Okay. Apart from that, you have another airstrip that's on the Great Nicobar Island, and this is a tiny airstrip. It's not even 2 kilometers long. And I have been seeing this for the past decade. It hasn't changed in shape or size. Okay. It's about 1.26 kilometers long. So it can't accommodate, heavy transport aircraft or whatever. And where are the great ports, the naval ports? Why don't we have a few permanent Air Force bases here? Why don't we have permanent naval bases here? We have nothing here. Nothing. I mean, I understand the past few decades we did nothing because we didn't have any interest in developing far-flung parts of India. But why not in the past 10, 11, 12 years? Why not? Why has no action been taken? We just keep talking, we do nothing. All slogans, slogans, slogans. So it's high time that India builds infrastructure on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It's high time India does this. It's a great idea. It's going to be a great asset for India. And even now, it's just plans on paper. Even now, there's some legal battle happening, and the politicians and NGOs who are trying to stand in the way. So India, everything takes so long to happen. It's high time we change the way we do things. Clive Falcon says, why does AI always paint dictatorship so negatively? Is it trained bias, or is shaping people's political views intentionally to make it look evil or bad? Well, AI itself is biased. I mean, try using a Chinese AI. Okay, try using DeepSeek. Ask it about the Tiananmen Square incident, the Tiananmen Square massacre. Ask it about Taiwan. It's going to echo Chinese views on this. It will say nothing happened in Tiananmen Square. There was no massacre. What are you talking about? It'll say Taiwan is not an independent country. It is a part of China. That's what Chinese AI will say. Similarly, Western AIs like ChatGPT and whatnot, they're going to push Western perspectives on you. It is trained to do that. It is trained to say that so-and-so thing is good and so-and-so thing is bad. And the objective is to shape people's views. It's all intentional. It's all intentional. So AI is biased. The AI, whichever AI system you use, it's going to have the biases of those who trained it, right? So AI is biased. Is it something surprising for you? Every single AI has inherent inbuilt biases, and every single AI seeks to align you with the worldview of its creators. Okay, please be aware of these facts. Please be aware of these facts. Somalia Paul says West still follows Greek traits like slave mentality now through other means, looting and barbarism, wars killing millions. Core same your views. Um, so the Greeks did have slavery. A significant percentage of Greeks were enslaved. I mean, if you take the example of Sparta, the majority of the people of Sparta were slaves. When it comes to Athenian democracy, most people could not vote, right? Most people could not participate in the so called democracy. You had that. But what the West follows today isn't the Greek system. What the West follows today is the Abrahamic way of living. And the Abrahamic way of living is very much at odds with the Greek culture. So the West, I mean, I don't know who is it that keeps saying in the US that the US is a nation that's built on Judeo-Christian values. So the West follows Judeo-Christian values. It doesn't follow uh, Greek culture. The Greek culture, it had certain drawbacks like every culture, but it also had a lot of positive things. For example, Greek culture was polytheistic. The West hates polytheism today, right? Um, so what the West follows is the Judeo-Christian values, the Abrahamic values, not Greek cultural values or traits. The West is fond of the Greek architecture, the Greek architecture for sure, and not Greek ethics as such, right? It doesn't follow Greek ethics. It likes Greek architecture, um, and yeah, that sort of thing. So the West models itself on multiple cultures. It likes to borrow some elements of Egypt. It likes to steal some elements of Greece. It's a big hero worshipper of Rome. But the cultural traits that it has are the Abrahamic traits or the Judeo-Christian traits, not the Greek traits. Okay, okay. Kakashi says, so and so politician and so and so political party are puppets who, on cue or command in synchrony, parrot exact line their foreign masters demand. They make anti-US China statements, all words only. Okay, so I have a policy on this channel. I don't comment about Indian politics. I'm aware of what's happening, but I, as a matter of policy, don't comment about Indian politics. So I will not be commenting about this. Okay, I talk about history, geopolitics, and science. Why? It's safer that way. All right. So I will not be commenting about Indian politics and internal matters. And I apologize for that in case it is disappointing for you. But it is a matter of policy. Shaswat says, what are the positive qualities of Gen Z? I'm sure there are plenty of positive qualities. There's a lot of vilification of Gen Z these days. Gen Z is painted as a generation that has a lot of drawbacks and very few virtues. I don't know. Gen Z are, I mean, every generation has its own traits, its own way of doing things. And, this term Gen Z comes from the US. It comes from the West. It's not an Indian thing. I'm not sure how applicable it is to India. I suppose it is applicable too. For example, these terms, okay, you have Gen Z. Before the Gen Z, you had millennials. Before the millennials, you had Gen X, was it? I suppose it was Gen X. Before Gen X, it was what? the baby boomers. Before that, you had the silent generation or whatever it was, that sort of thing. And each of these generations went through a totally different kind of upbringing. For example, Gen X, it was the generation in the US that was the last properly independent generation, both parents working, so you had to do everything for yourself, that sort of thing. That's Gen X. Millennials are different. And the past century or so, each subsequent generation is slightly softer than the previous one. So Gen Z is super soft compared to the millennials and compared to Gen X, etc. And after Gen Z, you have Beta, I think, or Gen Alpha. I'm not sure which one it is. Gen Alpha. So Gen Z is supposed to be, no, Gen Alpha is supposed to be the iPad kids, right? Whose parents did not have the time to take care of them, so they gave them iPads. So they grew up with brain rot, that sort of thing. I'm not sure. So I'm sure there are plenty of positive qualities even Gen Z has. It all depends on your upbringing and how your parents brought you up. So I'm sure there are plenty of positive qualities. I am not an expert in this, so I won't be able to say specifically what positive qualities. But one great quality, I suppose, which will be there, is that they'll be very comfortable with technology. 21st century technology. You know how old people are, elderly people who are above the age of 40, 45, 50, they typically are clueless with technology. They don't know how to use a cell phone and all. Yeah, so Gen Z is going to be the opposite of that. They are tech native. They were born up in an environment where the internet was readily available. It's like almost like a human right, the internet. And all technology, they just grew up, from the time they were 6 months old, being able to use technology. So I think that's one positive trait they will have. They'll be very tech native. Yeah. Okay. Somalia Paul says, US Department of Defense said they run Bitcoin nodes. They BS reasons for running it. Do you think it's funding democratic processes? US Department of Defense Bitcoin nodes. Let's find out what the news item is. I'd not be surprised if the US government is behind Bitcoin. US Department of Defense Bitcoin nodes. What is this about? So, April 2026, the US Department of Defense, specifically the US Indo-Pacific Command, is actively operating a node on the Bitcoin network for national security testing. Admiral Samuel Paparo testified this is an experimental non-mining effort focused on utilizing Bitcoin's blockchain technology to strengthen network defense and cybersecurity. So the objective is that the military uses the node to monitor network traffic and conduct operational tests aimed at protecting defense infrastructure. No mining. The DoD is not mining Bitcoin. They're utilizing the node to leverage the security aspects of the protocol, particularly its proof of work mechanism. The interest lies in cryptography, blockchain, and renewable proof of work as computer science tools for power projection, rather than holding financial assets. And this was revealed by Admiral Paparo during a House Armed Services Committee hearing in April 2026. This move indicates a shift towards integrating blockchain-based security measures. This effort is currently in experimental phase to determine how Bitcoin's underlying technology can enhance defense under cyber adversaries. And 3 days ago, we have this news. Pete Hegseth confirms Bitcoin as strategic assets, Gooden reveals. Congressman Lance Gooden questioned Secretary of War Pete Hegseth during a House Armed Services Committee hearing, confirming the department's use of Bitcoin as a strategic asset for power projection. This question, that's a long. This question comes after last week's hearing in the Armed Services Committee, where U.S. Indo-Pacific Commander Admiral Samuel Paparo revealed to Gooden that the U.S. military is using a Bitcoin node to secure and protect networks. Okay. So Hegseth says, my short answer would be yes and yes. I'm a long enthusiast of Bitcoin and crypto potential, and a lot of things we are doing enabling it for defeating it are classified efforts that are ongoing inside our department, which do provide us a lot of leverage in a lot of different scenarios. Okay, so the US regards Bitcoin as a strategic asset. Um, it's a strategic asset for power projection, and the details are kind of a little hazy, a little vague. So it's not about funding, it's not about mining Bitcoin, raising money, it's not about funding something, it's about using Bitcoin and the underlying technology, which is the blockchain technology, the proof of work concept, etc., for power projection purposes. That's really interesting. I'm not sure how it is relevant in power projection, but definitely interesting. Definitely interesting that this is happening. I'm going to have to look deeper into this matter. I'm going to have to look deeper into this matter. So I'm not sure exactly how this is being done and what is being done about this, but I will look into this. Um, I don't think it's about undermining democracy or interfering in the democratic process in some parts of the world. I don't think it's about that. It's about something else. It's about power projection. And how so? I'm not sure. We'll have to look into it. Right angle says, if we the board excuse me, if we deboard all, okay, you're writing in code. If we deport all cookies in a week, impact on India. Great Britain reaction on this. And what if Burma and Vietnam refuse to take them back? IBIG said India has 30 lakh Rohingyas. 30 lakh Rohingyas. India has become a joke of a nation. Tens of millions of Bangladeshis, 3 million Rohingyas, God knows how many cookies. The more the merrier. Bring them all in now. Just open the borders then, right? Just open the borders. Open the borders. What difference does it make anymore? Have all the Bangladeshis come in. Have all the Burmese cookies come in. Rohingyas. Bring them all in. The more the merrier. We will settle them in every city. We will give them their own slums to live in. It's already the case, right? So if we deboard all the cookies in a week, impact on India, India will be a million times safer, right? Same goes for the Bangladeshis and Rohingyas. British reaction on this, who cares what the reaction will be like? Who cares? What is Britain? Inconsequential nation. Their reaction is obviously going to be negative, but how do we care? How does it concern us? What if Burma refuses to take them back? Burma doesn't have a functioning government anymore. Burma is slowly crumbling. The government of Burma, it only controls some parts of Burma today. It only controls metropolitan areas and cities and all, but the countryside is controlled by various ethnic groups and various, armed factions. How can Burma refuse to take them back? The Burmese government doesn't control much of Burma. That's the problem in Burma. That's the problem. So, that's not going to be a factor that Burma or whoever else refuses to take them back. Vietnam, I don't think Vietnam has anything to do with this. Burma, Vietnam don't even have a shared border, and Vietnam is not the origin of the cookies. It's Yunnan in China, presently in China. That's the original homeland of the cookies. It's not even Burma. The cookies aren't even Burmese. Yeah, that's the thing. Kakashi says deep state provides US bare minimum, Netflix, porn, McDonald's just to avoid revolt. Also, we need one election bill and uniform civil code now. Also, who was behind the Dr. Bhabha flight? So the deep state provides the US bare minimum, Netflix, porn, McDonald's, all that to avoid revolt. Yeah. Keep the people occupied, keep them working. If they are poor, make it such that they have to work like 2-3 jobs to put food on the table for their family, and then hook them up to Netflix and whatever else you're mentioning here. And McDonald's, yes, McDonald's. And all the other what OnlyFans and whatever else the Americans do, right? Hook them up to this stuff so that they're always, their dopamine centers are always being activated, so they don't feel like there's something missing in their life. Fill them up with all these small cheap pleasures, right? Netflix and chill. I have a couple of hours when I'm doing nothing. Let me watch a movie on Netflix, or let me surf Netflix for 2 hours, deciding what to watch, and then the time is up. So yeah, that's what you have in the US. We need one election bill. One election bill for what? So one nation, one election doesn't work in a system like India. What if your election throws up a coalition government, and then after three years you need a new election? Then what do? Then I'm gonna completely reboot the cycle and start again with one nation, one election. What if some legislative assembly is a hung assembly? Then what do? Then it doesn't work in India. It simply can't work. This is a mirage. It's one election, one nation thing. You need a presidential system in India in order to make this work. But no, your politicians won't allow that to happen, right? They don't want it. They're happy with things the way they are. So this one nation, one election, it's just a mirage that you're gonna keep pursuing. It's not going to work unless you change the system. You have a presidential system, then it can work, because a presidential system, once you elect somebody, that person is guaranteed to be in office for a certain amount of time. Even if the person for some reason passes away, there's a vice president who takes over. So the system is stable for 5 years. In India, whether it's the legislative state assemblies or the central parliament, there's no guarantee if it's a hung assembly or a coalition government. There's no guarantee it will last 5 years. So it makes no sense. This one election, one nation, or what the other way around, it's a mirage. It can't work with this system. UCC, Uniform Civil Code. Okay. So what's the impact of that? Does one majority, so there are two majority groups in India, right? There are two majority religions in India. One is the Hindus, the original culture, and then there's the Muslims. They're also a majority religion now in India. Must be more than 20% of the population, with the illegal Bangladeshis and Rohingyas and whatnot. So which one loses its privilege of polygamy is the question. So do the Muslims lose the privilege, or is the privilege extended to Hindus? I wonder how it works. Uniform Civil Code. Okay. Who was behind the Dr. Bhabha flight? I mean, the assassination? Probably the CIA. Probably. Galluer, after a while. Good to see you, Galluer. G2 seemed a haphazard, formulaic half attempt by the Anglo-Saxons and the CCP against India. Precedented. An ancient continuous civilization fraternizes with a 250-year-old Lebensraum against the only other ancient continuous civilization on Earth. History 101 for the Politburo. See, we see China as one of the old civilizations, right? But if you see the way China is structured, I mean, it's no longer, see, first of all, a civilization has a number of characteristics and traits, right? One of is, see, what are some of the traits? I'll not list all of the traits or characteristics a civilization has, but one of the characteristics is that its institutions are grounded in its own indigenous culture and ethics and norms. Now look at India's institutions, whether it is the judiciary, whether it's the legislature, whether it is the bureaucracy. None of these institutions, whether it's the legal system, whether it's the laws, none of these institutions, education system, none of the institutions in India are grounded in its own civilizational framework. So India is today not a civilization anymore. India is continuing some of the legacy of the old civilization, but we are structured as a non-civilization. We are structured as an entity that rejects its civilization. Similarly for China. China has had this 3,000-year-old civilization, right? If you look at the Chinese Communist Party, if you look at the Chinese legal system, if you look at the Chinese bureaucracy, if you look at the Chinese governance system, etc., it's not rooted in China's ancient civilization and culture. It's rooted in Marxist, communist, socialist, and quasi-Western values and frameworks. So China itself is structured as something that rejects its ancient civilization, just like India. So these two entities, China and India, they used to be great ancient civilizations, but they are actively rejecting their civilization, right? So yeah, we used to be a civilization here in India, But today we are uprooting, we are destroying the roots of the civilization actively. Day by day, it's getting worse. And the same goes for China. But in China, it's not as bad as India, right? China is trying to revive some of its civilizational aspects. Now coming to G2. Um, G2 is about, see, G2 can't really work because the two are adversaries, right? The US and China, major adversaries. There's only one thing that keeps G2 together, and that's the desire to ensure no other power can rise to the level and to their level and make it a G3. So what it means is that they both agree on only one thing, that India must be contained, and that's what they work together on. Beyond that, they can't work together on anything else. So yeah, I think you are right to term the United States as a Lebensraum. It's a German word which means additional living space for your people. Let's see the exact translation of Lebensraum. Nazi Germany sought more territory in Europe to settle Germans in, and they called it Lebensraum. Okay, Lebensraum. So what's it mean? Living space, right? Imperialist expansionism. A state requires sufficient land and resources to survive and grow, and Germany was too small, so it needed more land. That was the deal. So the term you've used is absolutely apt. The United States and North America and Australia and New Zealand are Lebensraum for the Anglo-Saxons. Yes, it's territory they've conquered and ethnically cleansed and taken over. So China is happy. See, the Chinese Communist Party is happy to fraternize, like you say, with the Anglo-Saxons, as long as India can be contained. And to be very honest, they don't really need to contain India. India itself is containing itself. India is a self-deterring nation. India doesn't seem to have any appetite for expansion or whatever. So it's self-contained. Yeah. But yes, G2 is about China and the US coming together for only one purpose: for containing India. That's what it's about. Right Angle says, is your website working? Which one? Websites are being rebuilt or whatever. It'll be a while. If Iran takes Diego Garcia impact, Iran can't take Diego Garcia. It can't. It can potentially strike Diego Garcia with long-range missiles, medium-range missiles. It can't take Diego Garcia. Iran does not have expeditionary capabilities that we are aware of. The great strength of Iran is its missile and drone capabilities. So it can use that to strike at Diego Garcia, potentially even destroy the American infrastructure on Diego Garcia. Potentially. But can Iran take it? As far as I know, Iran doesn't have the capabilities to do that. Yeah. Sujal Rajput says, Lego India progressing in Maharashtra. Lego India was given approval by the Prime Minister in 2015. When Lego discovered the first gravitational wave signal. That was 2015. Today it's 2026. What has happened? What has happened? Let's take a look at where Lego India is, shall we? This is the way India, the kind of progress you have, scientific progress you have in India. Let's see. It's called Indigo or something. Indigo, Lego. Okay, let's just say Lego India. It'll zoom in. This is Hanford. I'm saying India. Come on. Okay, it's dark here. Okay. Lego India. India location. Do we have a location in India? Okay, we have Lego India here. There's two. There's an end station and whatnot. Okay, let's see the end station, what it looks like. Has any ground been broken? There's absolutely nothing over here. Okay. What about the other end? Which would be a couple of kilometers away or whatever. Let's see. What have we here? Absolutely nothing. Oh, there's a nice little cabin they've built here or something. So the approval, the so-called in principle approval was given by the Prime Minister's office in 2015. That's 11 years ago. And what's happened? Absolutely nothing. In India, everything happens on paper. Let me just ask Google, okay? What's the actual status of Lego India? Am I mistaken somehow? Am I actually mistaken and a lot of progress has happened? Let's ask Google, shall we? Let's ask Google. Has Lego India been constructed? Is it already making gravitational wave detections? Lego India is currently under construction. Project is in the construction phase, not yet built. Okay, when did the construction begin? When did Lego India construction begin? Construction, yes. Groundbreaking happened in April 2026. That's like less than 30 days ago. In principle approval was granted in 2016, and then blah 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 happened, and groundbreaking, which means the ceremonial groundbreaking, happened in April 2026. So I suppose it will be completed by April 2046 or something. That's how things happen in India. Maybe I'm being too cynical or whatever, but am I wrong to be cynical? Am I wrong to be cynical? Am I being too just negative these days? I'm showing you the so-called in principle approval happened in 2015 or 2016, and 30 days ago or less than 30 days ago they did some ceremonial groundbreaking. Yeah. So that's why India never progresses. India stays where it is. So the question is, Lego India is progressing? No, sir, Sujal. They did groundbreaking a couple of weeks ago in Maharashtra. Why not move the India-based neutrino observatory there, given delays in Tamil Nadu over environmental concerns? Is mountain shielding essential? It's stuck 4 years. No, the India-based neutrino observatory is stuck for 375 years now. I mean, obviously, I'm exaggerating. A neutrino, see, there were some political concerns, environmental concerns, that this neutrino observatory will give rise to nuclear waste. How does a neutrino observatory give rise to nuclear waste? How does a neutrino observatory give rise to nuclear waste? How? There is no fissile material involved in a neutrino observatory. Neutrinos are not some kind of fissile material. Neutrinos come from the sun. Every second, several trillion neutrinos pass through your body. They don't interact with your body. They interact through the weak nuclear force. Oh, the nuclear force is there, weak nuclear force. That's why the politicians are saying, oh my God, nuclear radiation and all that. A neutrino observatory is essentially a deep, deep, deep pit in which you have heavy water and you have scintillation detectors and so on. And you get a few detections every year. There's no environmental concerns whatsoever. It's just a deep pit. It doesn't do anything, any kind of damage to the environment, none whatsoever. But in India, whenever something new happens, certain vested interests come and stop it. If something that's good, something that leads to scientific progress, if it's supposed to happen, somebody or the other will come in the way. Right? So you can build in Tamil Nadu. If Tamil Nadu doesn't want it, then do the good old thing, bring it to Gujarat. Gujarat accepts everything, right? I mean, there was this nano plant that Tata was supposed to build. It was supposed to be, I think, in West Bengal, and the government there objected. So Gujarat says, okay, bring it here. Gujarat says no to nothing. It says yes to everything. Send it to Gujarat then, if Tamil Nadu doesn't like it. I think it will be great for Tamil Nadu to have this neutrino observatory. Why can't something nice happen in Tamil Nadu? Something that's groundbreaking, world-class scientific research. Why can't Tamil Nadu have that? But no, the politicians don't want it. So that's how everything happens in India. So Lego India is not progressing in Maharashtra. They did a ceremonial groundbreaking ceremony or something, it looks like. And then we'll see when it actually progresses. Look, I suppose it can be built over the next 3-4 years if we are serious about it. But I'm not sure if we are. So, yeah, so that's how things are progressing in India. Yeah, okay. Mrs. Benedict Cumberbatch says, Jai Hind indeed. If revealing any info on any of our so-called downed planes is against our defense strategy, it's against our security strategy, isn't revealing that NavIC is not up also a bad move, or is there more to it? See, when the NavIC constellation was kicked off, it was already known at the time that each satellite will have 1 or 2 atomic clocks, and each clock will have a lifetime of about a decade. It was known at the time. I think we imported those atomic clocks from some other country, France or whatever, right? So it was known that these clocks will have a lifetime, serviceable lifetime of about 10 years. So from that itself, it was understood that around 2025, 2026, we'll have to replace the satellites, right? And even if we did not reveal that these things are not functioning anymore, just by the fact that they were launched at a certain time and the atomic clocks at a certain lifetime, we would have known by now those satellites are no longer functional. So what we could have done is that when the satellites were launched, we should have said that the atomic clocks have a lifetime of 30 years or something, right? In that case, it would have worked. But I suppose atomic clocks typically don't have such long lifetimes. What is the lifetime of an atomic clock? Let's find out. I have not looked into this. What is the lifetime of an atomic clock? How long does it last? No, not that. Not that. Yeah. The electronics required to measure them typically last 5 to 20 years before needing major maintenance or replacement. Right. So it's 5 to 20 years. If you take the average, it's about 12.5 years. So the atomic clocks we use in NavIC, they were supposed to last about a decade, and that's why, you see. So and for whatever reason, it was revealed at the time when we launched those satellites for the first time that these atomic clocks will need replacement, which means the satellites will need replacement in about 10 years. I suppose at the time we were confident we'll put up many more satellites in place well in time, so that's why we revealed it. So even if we had not made any announcement now that the satellites have died, it was already known that by 2025, 26, we will need to replace the satellites. So typically, like you say, it's not a good idea to reveal something that's not worked out well for you, whether it is any alleged planes that went down or something else like some satellite that's no longer functional. Typically, overall, it's not good to reveal these things. It's not good to reveal your weaknesses to your enemies, right? But yeah, because of the circumstances, it was already known that in a decade the satellites will have to be replaced. Piyush Sinha says, I have turned 18 today. Well, happy birthday, Piyush. 18 years old now. Officially an adult. Okay. But what a misfortune. But what a misfortune that my mother is not alive today to witness my birthday today. She passed just a month ago due to cancer. I know time will heal, but I still feel depressed late night. What to do, sir? I'm so sorry to hear this, that your mother passed away a month ago because of cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that. It is, see, it's a sad fact of life that the people you love will eventually pass away, right? Parents pass away. Loved ones sometimes pass away. So it's just a sad fact of life. The older you get, the more you get to face tragedy. And it is something that's an integral part of life. Over a lifetime, you will have to face, such sad situations over time. Sometimes you face it when you are Younger, sometimes you face it when you are in the 30s or 40s or whatever, but everybody faces that. Unfortunately, that is simply a fact of life. Life has its share of good moments and bad moments, unfortunately. And yeah, it is normal to feel very sad about this, right? It's obviously normal to feel sad about this. What to do? Nothing. There's nothing you can do about this. Yeah, you move on. You carry. You don't move on. You can't forget what happened. You can't forget your mother, but you carry on. You carry on. That's all you can do. Over time, the pain will heal. Over time, it never goes away. It never goes away, but it softens or lightens or becomes dull over time. So you have to just give it some time, right? And you have to, well, cherish the memory of your mother and try and do everything that she would have hoped that you would do in life, and that will give you happiness. That, you know what, I'm wherever my mother is and whatever I'm doing, it will make her happy. So that's what you do. All right, happy birthday, and I'm sorry to hear what happened, but you carry on. All right, Piyush, all the best. Do well. Rohan Suneja says, some people say after this war that USA is too weak. The USA, is it too weak? I don't think it's too weak. It's not as strong as people imagined it was. Um, it is still, its mindset is still, mired in a 20th century worldview and a 20th century view of how to fight war. It only knows one way to fight war, which is the brute force method. If it doesn't work, it is like, what do I do now? So that's what the US found. It found itself in that situation when Iran gave that very robust response to it. But is it too weak? Well, if the US, let's say, attacks India tomorrow, will you find the US is too weak? I don't think so. India hasn't taken the precautions that Iran has taken. Iran took the precaution of stockpiling lakhs of drones and maybe tens of thousands of ballistic missiles. Has India taken that sort of precaution? No. Don't believe that the US is too weak. The US is still the most powerful nation in the world. It still is, by a big distance, it's the most powerful. It's been unable to defeat Iran, but it doesn't mean it will not be able to defeat other countries, right? Iran took the precautions. Other nations haven't taken those precautions. So, Pradeep Kumar Roy says about Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. Let's say you have a box. You keep a cat inside. You put a cat inside, right? And inside the box, along with the cat, you put a poison or something that has a 50% probability of being released or not in, let's say, over a time period of 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, there's a 50-50 chance that the poison is released or not released. So after 8 minutes, the box is closed. You don't know whether the cat inside is alive or dead. You don't know, right? Let's say it's a quiet cat. It doesn't speak too much. So you don't know. So from your perspective, the cat is in a superposition of two states. It's alive as well as dead at the same time. But it's only after you open the box that you will actually know what state has actually materialized. So that's the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. It's a thought experiment about the phenomenon of superposition in quantum mechanics. That's what it is. Piyush Sinha says, the Indian army and the Indian education system inherited the same colonial structure left behind by the British. But why is that our education system is not up to the standards, but our army is on the battlefield? Because that's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question by Piyush. The British Indian Army, its purpose was to win. Its purpose was to defeat Britain's enemies. Its purpose was to fight for Britain wherever required on the planet, whether it is in Africa, whether it is in East Asia, whether it is in Europe, whether it is in the Middle East. The Indian Army, the British Indian Army, was purpose built to fight for the British and to win for the British wherever required in whatever circumstances. It was a more professional and deadlier fighting force than the actual British Army. So that was the standards of excellence that you had in the British Indian Army. And that's what the Indian Army inherited after 1947, a world class professional fighting force. Now, let's talk about the Indian education system. The Indian education system was purpose built, purpose designed to produce a bunch of losers and mentally colonized people. Do you see the difference? The British Indian Army was designed to destroy its enemies, Britain's enemies. The Indian education system was designed to destroy India. Totally different purposes. Do you understand now why? So the same legacy continues. Kakashi says the US may be only country where the people want their own country to lose wars. People not happy with the Epstein empire. Compare to love Modi, Xi, Putin. Compare to the love that Mr. Modi, Mr. Putin, Mr. Xi have in their nations. Yeah, a lot of the people of the United States now understand what the United States is. It's an empire. It's an imperialistic nation. It's a nation that destroys other nations. It's a nation that enslaves other nations. It's a nation that does regime changes that don't benefit the people whose regime is being changed. And a lot of Americans understand that this war that has been waged against Iran, it's an unjust war. The US has no business being in the Middle East. The US has no business going to war against Iran. What has Iran done to the US? Okay, you can say 1979 they took diplomats hostage for 400 days or whatever. Okay, fine, that right. But the US has done a lot of bad to Iran, right? It shot down an aircraft, a civilian aircraft, in 1988. Let's find out. Did Iran do something about that? Okay. No, not okay. 1988, United States shot down Iranian civilian aircraft. What was that all about? The USS Navy cruiser, the USS Vincennes, shot down Iran Air Flight 655 over the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, killing all 290 passengers and crew. Right? That's what the United States did in 1988. Shot down an Iranian aircraft, civilian aircraft, over the Strait of Hormuz. Killed everybody. Men, women, children. Right? So maybe the Iranians were bad to the US, but the US was even nastier to Iran. So a lot of Americans today, I suppose, understand that this is an unjust war. The US has no business being in West Asia and fighting Iran, attacking Iran. Iran is just minding its own business. The US has already inflicted so much pain on Iran through all the sanctions. So you are right. The US may be the only country where some people want their country to lose wars that are unfair, unjust wars that are being, waged on nations that don't deserve a war. Yeah. And the fact that the American politicians are all Epstein clients and so on. Yeah, you're right. Clive Falcon says, advanced technology versus mass quantity, which one will win? Quantity has a quality of its own. The US has very advanced technology. Israel has very advanced technology. Iran has quantity. Who has won thus far? It's Iran that's won, right? You may have 1,000 extraordinarily sophisticated missiles, but if I have 1,000,000 low-tech drones, I'm going to overwhelm you and wipe you out, right? So quantity, if used judiciously, has a quality of its own. It can wipe out your quality. Harshai says, I was reading this Shastra on how to find a loyal wife. It says, be capable. A girl should have good bond with her father, should work whenever told, will she cook if need, should check the nature of his mom, family is practical. What's your question? I was reading the Shastra about how to find a loyal wife. It says, be capable. Means you have to be capable. And a girl should have a good bond with her father. Okay. And should work wherever told. Will she cook if need? Should cook check the will she cook if need? Should check the nature of his mom. Family is practical. Uh, what are you asking me? Is it a question? Is it a statement? I think what you're saying is that you were reading a shastra about how to find a good loyal wife, and the wife should have certain qualities, right? You should have a good bond with her father. Okay. She should work whenever told to work. You should cook if needed, and check the nature of the girl's mother and her family. And that is a practical approach to finding a good loyal wife. I suppose some of it is indeed practical. I don't know which shastra it is. See, how do I see this? Obviously, if you want to find a good wife or a good husband, a great indicator of the quality of the person, whether it is a wife, a prospective wife or prospective husband, is the quality of their family. Right? Is that a good family? Are they a cultured, civilized, reputed family? Right? That is a great indicator of the kind of offspring the family will produce. Are they cultured? Are they uncultured? All that. That's one thing. And these shastras, they were typically written several centuries ago. So the context will be that of several centuries ago. In today's 21st century, if you say a wife should cook whenever you tell her, and she should work whenever she's told, she won't marry you. Right? So you have to adapt these ancient wisdom to the modern context. Just like when you read the Arthashastra, you have to adapt it to the 21st century context. The Arthashastra was written 2,500 years ago. You can't blindly follow what's written in the Arthashastra. You have to adapt it to the modern context. Sun Tzu's Art of War was written 2000 something years ago. You can't blindly follow it today. You have to adapt it to today's context. Similarly, whatever Shastra you're reading, it was written several centuries or whatever time ago. You have to transpose its wisdom onto today's context. You can't just blindly follow what's written there. So that's what I would advise or recommend that you do. If you're looking for a loyal wife, understand the gist of the wisdom, but apply it to today's context. You can't just say that it's written that way in the Shastra. So my wife, when I order her to cook, she should cook, and when I order her to work and clean the house, she should clean. May not exactly work very well for you if you try to do that today. Okay, so be judicious in how you interpret what's written. Fabian Thomas says, isn't satyagraha delusional? Enduring abuse with a smile so that it can change the abuser. The abuser who is a power-hungry psychopath, and you call it strength. Well, I'm glad somebody is seeing it this way. Satyagraha. I'll tell you what. The concept of satyagraha overall isn't bad, but you should know where to use it, where to apply it, and where it's absolutely inapplicable. When you have a foreign occupier who seeks to suck every ounce of life force out of your civilization, you don't do satyagraha with them. You wipe them out of existence. When you are under foreign occupation, you don't hope to change the heart of the abuser. You want to kill them. You want to physically destroy them out of existence. Right? Because they are genocidal barbarians. They don't deserve to live. You don't do satyagraha when faced with such barbarians. But where is satyagraha actually relevant? It's relevant when you have a dispute with your own people. Let's say you have a dispute in your family. You can't have the approach that you would have with against the British, right? British occupiers. When you have a dispute with a family member, you don't resort to violence. You deal with the situation in a civilized manner. That's probably where satyagraha would be relevant. Or let's say you have a dispute with your own country people. Okay. So when you have a dispute with your own people, you don't resort to violence. You do something similar to satyagraha, sure, so that it will change the heart of your abuser or the person with whom you have a dispute. But when it comes to a foreign occupier, you don't do satyagraha. You kill them. You destroy them. That's what you should do. So Mr. Gandhi teaching Indians that satyagraha is the way to end the British occupation of India, that was, well, Indians who believed him were delusional that this would work. He knew exactly what he was doing. Through satyagraha, Mr. Gandhi delayed India's independence by several decades. Right? And we got the so-called independence on British terms, not on our terms. We didn't take it from the British. It was given to us. The so-called independence was given to us on their terms, partition and so much more. So the Indians who believed this were completely delusional, or maybe even they were not. The Indian independence leaders, freedom fighters, the leaders, I'm sure they also understood what was being done. But they wanted to ensure that when the transfer of power happens, they should benefit from it. And that's why they went along with this whole masquerade, this whole charade. Subhash Chandra Bose was the one man who said that this is a joke. It's a cruel joke, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to fight the British. That's the only way to actually get independence for India. Right? So yeah, enduring abuse with a smile and hoping that it will change the abuser, that's nonsense. The abuser is a power-hungry psychopath. You call it strength? Yeah, that's delusional. Absolutely delusional. Polynomial says, why does Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath sound so good, emotional, and relatable, even when they are composed by people and cultures foreign to us? That's a good question, right? That's a good question. One of the, there are many forms of music. One of the forms of music that I like a lot is flamenco. Flamenco comes out of Spain, but it's not Spanish culture. It's Gitano culture, Gitano, Gypsy. The Gypsies are of Indian origin, Romani people. Incredible music. They sing in French or Spanish, mostly Spanish, and I don't really know Spanish. I don't need to know Spanish. Still touches you. Incredibly, profoundly moving music. I don't know Spanish. I still enjoy it. I enjoy Mongolian music, Mongol folk rock music. There's a band called The Who, and there are other bands. Incredible music. I don't know what they're singing. I still enjoy it. Right? I am happy to listen to music from other parts of the world. For example, music from Mali in West Africa. That's where the roots of the blues come from. But when I listen to music from Mali, I don't know what they're singing, but it's a wonderful experience. So why is this the case? Why do we enjoy music that comes from cultures that aren't our own? It comes from cultures that are foreign to us, but still we enjoy it. Why is that the case? It's because music is something that's deeper than culture. What is music? Music is human emotion in acoustic form. It's human emotion. It expresses human emotion in terms of acoustic frequencies. And when you layer frequencies together, it evokes specific emotions in the human heart. Right? And our ancestors codified this fact into constructs called ragas. So music, it's universal. Music doesn't matter which culture it came from. For example, Celtic music, the Celtic harp, Celtic violin, Celtic hurdy-gurdy, all that. Celtic music is so incredibly similar to Indian music. You can play the tabla and sitar with Celtic instruments. It will sound it just works naturally together. So music is something that transcends language, it transcends culture, it transcends civilization. Sometimes it evokes deep roots, deep civilizational connections that people have forgotten. That's also there, right? So that's why, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, whatever. It sounds good, even though it's composed by people whose cultures are foreign to us. But there's a caveat here. Led Zeppelin, are they actually foreign to us that much? Led Zeppelin. Let me show you something, okay? Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin. Who's that lead singer? Lead singer. Robert Plant, obviously, right? Robert Plant is Led Zeppelin's lead singer. If you look at him, okay, let's see when he was young. This is what he looked like when he was young. This is what he looked like when he was young. You can see he had blonde hair and typical Western European appearance, right? Blonde hair and Western European features. But the fact is that Robert Plant was half Romani. Okay, his mother was Romani. Where do we have early life, early years? So no, not Led Zeppelin. Early life. Was born a Romani woman. So Robert Plant's mother was Romani, which means his mother had Indian ancestry. But the guy doesn't look Indian at all for some reason. It can happen. So his heritage isn't exactly completely foreign to us, by the way. Robert Plant, right? Half Romani. His father was English, white man. His mother was Romani, Indian ancestry. There's so many musicians in Europe and in the West who have Romani ancestry. Lots of them. All your flamenco musicians are going to have Romani ancestry. And so many. Elvis Presley. Yeah. And so many more. Okay. The Strummer says, increasing trend in youth to be influencer, create reels instead of work and study. Chinese TikTok shows completely different educational content, but Western TikTok shows the mind, what brain rot content. So it's because of the weakness of our education system that we are not able to make it apparent to youngsters by the time they are 12, 15, 16 years old that, you know what, to succeed in life takes a lot of work. There's no shortcuts to success. Okay, maybe you start making reels and maybe one of the reels goes viral. It's not a viable career for you. It's not going to give you a lifelong career or even a decade-long career. This virality is fickle. It depends on so many factors. There's no guarantee you'll be viral every week, right? But our youth, because they aren't grounded in reality, because by the education system, they imagine that the easiest thing in the world is to just make reels and be famous and be a superstar, and I'll make millions of dollars and I'll have the life of my dreams. Very, very rarely, if ever, works out, right? And the Chinese TikTok, it's grounded. It shows educational content. It doesn't show brain rot, right? So this is a failure of our education system. It's a failure of the education system. You can't. It's not a failure of our society. It's a failure of the education system that our society is burdened by. That's the problem. And it's not the fault of our youth. They are clueless. They are misled. They aren't grounded in reality by the education system. That's the problem. Piyush Sinha says, if hypothetically the US exits this war, then can Israel, with its own capability, take down this regime in Tehran? Also, there is a growing distrust in the political leadership and IRGC leader of Iran. Okay, so hypothetically, if the US exits the war, can Israel, on its own capacity, take down the regime in Tehran? Absolutely not. It can't. Israel can't take out the regime in Tehran without American help. Israel has already been hammered horribly by the missiles and drones of Tehran, right? While the war was still on. Israel has taken a tremendous amount of damage. It's been censored away. Social media won't show it, but Israel has taken a tremendous amount of damage. And they haven't been able to inflict anything that will change the regime in Tehran or take down the regime in Tehran. So Israel on its own can't do that. It cannot. Now there is this growing distrust in the political leadership in leader of Iran. See, we have to understand the true nature of the Iranian political system. Some of you may imagine that the Iranian president is the top guy in Iran. No, 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 no. The president of Iran is not even number 2 or number 3. He's probably number 4 in the political hierarchy in Iran. The number 1 guy is the Ayatollah. And then there are a couple of other people under the Ayatollah, and the president is probably number 4 in the hierarchy. So the president of Iran and the foreign minister and so on, they are not the political leadership of Iran. The Ayatollah is the supreme authority. And the clergy, the top 2, 3 clergy guys are the supreme political leadership. The president is just for show in Iran, okay? Understand that. So if the president or the foreign minister do something and it's the leadership doesn't like it, they can have the president and the foreign minister do what is required. So the leadership is the Ayatollah and the clergy. That's the real leadership, not the president of Iran, not his cabinet. That's not the real leadership. Okay. Fabin Thomas says, I come here to ask my questions and doubts, but if it's a means to attack me because of my last name and comments, I don't think it's healthy for me. Is somebody attacking you for your last name? I would not be happy about that at all. I would urge my viewers not to attack anybody for their last name, right? I'm sorry that this has happened. Let me see what's going on. I'm not sure. There's a million comments over here. Listen, I would urge everybody not to do that, please. Okay? Don't attack or disparage anybody because of their last name or whatever. You don't do that. Please don't do that. So I apologize, Fabin, if that's happened to you. I'm sorry about that, and I ask the moderator to ensure that no one does that. All right. Sorry about that, Fabin. And you're very welcome to ask as many questions as you want. All right? You're very welcome. Piyush Sinha says, why my XP not increasing today, only some glitch? What's XP? Is it some is there some parameter or something on YouTube? I'm not sure what that is. So if you participate more, you get more XP or something. Is it like that? I'm not sure how it works. But okay, that must be an issue with the YouTube platform, I suppose. Right? Team Talks says, if Rome under Augustus encountered Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire, how would they view each other? Is there anything they can teach each other? Empires don't seek to learn anything from each other. They see each other as potential rivals. So if two empires encounter each other, it means that their spheres of influence are already overlapping, which can only lead to either conflict or some kind of ceasefire, some kind of agreement, and which never usually lasts because empires are by nature expansionist. So if Rome under Augustus encountered Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire, of course, that is more, these two are separated by about 1200 years. But still, how would they view each other? They would view each other with great suspicion and hostility. Genghis Khan would say, look, as long as you don't bother me and don't try to encroach upon my territory, I'm going to leave you alone. That's what Genghis Khan would say. And what would Augustus say? Augustus would say, look, he would also hopefully have the same approach. Because Augustus was concerned with the Mediterranean region, right? And parts of Europe up to Germania, some parts of Germany, not too many of that also, because it's too forested and too wild. The people were too wild and so on. So Augustus was not concerned with the regions that Genghis Khan would eventually occupy, right? So overall, they would be suspicious of each other. They would be wary and cautious of each other. And as long as the two empires did not encroach into each other's territory, they would find some kind of way of having a cold peace of some kind. Is there anything they would teach each other? I'm not sure they would want to teach each other anything. They would just be wary of each other. Kratos Aryavartavashi says OIT scholars Talageri and Elst date Mahabharat 1700 BC and Vedvir Arya 3200 BC. Your take, any updates on OIT studies? What happened to ICHR Arya study? I don't know what the ICHR Arya study is. It didn't. I don't know what the ICHR Arya study is. Talageri dates Mahabharat 1700 BC. I disagree with that. Vedvir Arya 3200 BC probably makes more sense. The Mahabharata did not happen day before yesterday. Okay, 1700 BC is more or less day before yesterday. If you look at the the scale and time frame of the Indian civilization, which is about 10,000 years old at least, the Mahabharata can't have happened in 1700 BC. The Saraswati was already drying out the Saraswati had already mostly dried out in the southern half of her course by 1700 BC. Doesn't make sense. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work Shrikant Talagiri has done, by the way. So but just if I say that I don't agree with one particular thing, doesn't mean I'm being disrespectful of him. I have the utmost respect for Shrikant Talagiri. But 1700 BC, I don't agree with that date. Okay? So the result I don't agree with, but the work he has done is brilliant. Shrikant Talagiri, a guy working alone with zero support, and the amount of work he has done, incredible. I have the utmost respect for Shrikant Talagiri. Okay? The nation should actually recognize his work and honor him for what he has done. Now, Vedvir Arya, about 3200 BC, I think that makes more sense. That would be smack bang in the middle of the mature Harappan phase of our history, right? That kind of makes way more sense. So probably I would go more with Vedvir Arya's date compared to Shrikant Talagiri's date on this. Yeah, most likely that makes more sense. 3200 BC or whatever it is, Vedvir Arya. Any updates on OIT studies? I am not really looking into OIT right now. I mean, the origin of our civilization, the Aryan invasion, migration, tourism, picnic myth, out of India theory, all that. Right now I'm not really looking very much into this matter, and I have no idea about the ICHR Arya study. Let's see, what is this ICHR Arya study? ICHR Arya study. What is this? Indian Council of Historical Research launched a major project in November 2025 titled the Arya History and Culture. Really? To produce a comprehensive volume on Aryan history. Oh, really? I am not aware of this. This is interesting. Okay. 10 areas. This is exactly what I've been proposing for quite some time. Looks like they've taken up this idea. Okay, good for them. Let's see what they come up with. 10 key areas: historicity, linguistics, literary traditions, archaeology, archaeometry, geology, society, culture, river Saraswati, genetics, environment. Okay, good. I find this pleasing. So I've been saying for years, ever since I've been doing the Ask Abhijit show, that every state in India needs to compile its own history. Commission a number of young, bright, non-mentally colonized historians. Have maybe 10 people who work together or separately, whichever way. Fund them well, give them good salaries, and give them about a time of 3 to 5 years, and let them combine all their research together to produce a detailed history of each state of India, and similarly about the origins of Indian culture, civilization, all that. So looks like something like this is being done by ICHR. The study aims to integrate established scholarly works with new unpublished research from younger scholars. Exactly what I've been proposing. Fantastic. Good job. Looking at perspectives beyond traditional invasion migration theories. Okay, I will look into this. I am not aware of this, but okay. Interesting. They seem to be on the right track about this. All right, good. I'm not aware of this, but all right. This is obviously a good initiative, for sure. Kakashi says, you said, no, sorry, no. Sad that Indonesia is US vassal, and Japan, all that excellence, standards, hard work, perfection for nothing. Japanese unhappy and they work for someone else. Nordics are happy. Yes, the world is ruled by the Europeans, by those of European origin. This has been the case for the past roughly 500 years. Okay, once that person Columbus discovered what he imagined was India, but it turned up to be the Bahamas, and the Spanish started taking over. That's where European colonization begins, and that spreads like a cancer, like a virus, worldwide. And today they have tried to, put a blanket over things. They've tried to make it look like now the world is civilized. It's no longer a colonial world. Now you have democracy, freedom, human rights, but actually it's the same system even today. They still have the same system. Africa is still brutally colonized. But we don't care. Most people don't care about what happens in Africa. There's horrible stuff happening right now in East Africa, in Sudan. No one cares. Black people die. No one cares, right? That's how it is. So much of the world is still vassalized by the US. Japan is a great example, sad example. Italy. Did you see yesterday's live stream? How many American military bases are there on Italian soil? Permanent US military bases. Dozens of American bases. The territory of Italy is riddled with American military bases. The same is the case for Germany. The same is the case for Japan. Germany, Italy since 1945, right? South Korea since the 1950s, occupied by the US. Indonesia, look up the history of US involvement in Indonesia. It's been a long time. And so many more. Pakistan, right? On the other hand, you have Tibet that is under Chinese occupation since the 1950s. So much more. So much of the world is like this. So I should say that, we should, if you live in India, you're actually living in a free country. Despite all its flaws, all its defects and deficiencies, India still is a free country. You can say mostly what you think and feel. And you actually have a democracy, a chaotic democracy, a dysfunctional democracy, a flawed democracy, whatever, but you have a democracy. Maybe it's not the ideal system, but whatever. So yeah, it is what it is, right? So yes, Indonesia, it is. So is Malaysia. So is Malaysia, and so many other nations. The Nordics are happy. Yes, the Nordics are happy. Yep. Galliver says, will take two names strictly for concept and as side read if you're busy preparing for JE, not for distractions. One, Poila's How to Solve It, and secondly, Calculus Made Easy by Thompson. Let's check out these two texts. Poila's How to Solve It. Poila, How to Solve It. Poila, How to Solve It. Poila, Poyla. George Poila's How to Solve It. Okay. How to solve mathematical problems. Is it the right thing for IIT JEE? I'm sure this is great for a conceptual understanding of how to solve mathematical problems. Yeah. Okay, the other one you're saying is Calculus Made Easy by Thompson. Let's see. Calculus Made Easy, Thompson. Calculus Made Easy, Thompson. So this is available online, Project Gutenberg. There are PDFs available. Clearly old books, right? These must be great for reference purposes and for understanding conceptually how to solve problems, how to do calculus. But are these books really the right books if you're preparing for GE? I don't know about that. I don't know. So I haven't seen these books. I haven't read this book. So I cannot possibly comment about this. Probably you know about this better, Galliver. But the ones I would recommend as safe bets is the Shom series books on the various topics. And for physics, it's obviously going to be Halliday, Resnick, and Walker as a reference text for the concepts. But yeah, I'm sure that people can look into these as well. Maybe they're great. Tejashri says, Tejashri Nilavarna says, if the universe is expanding and distant galaxies are receding faster than light as seen via redshift, how is their light still able to reach us? Shouldn't it always lag behind and never arrive? Excellent question. Okay. So the universe is expanding. We know that. How do we know this? Because there is a phenomenon which you have referred to over here. It's called redshift. What is redshift? Redshift is when an object is moving away from you, its light gets stretched out. So if its light gets stretched out, it is shifted towards the red end of the spectrum. If an object is coming towards you, the light gets compressed. The light waves get compressed, and they are shifted towards the blue end of the spectrum. So let's say you have certain very specific, well-known spectra, sodium lines in the spectrum. So you know on Earth what the frequency of sodium lines is. The same lines are found across the universe. So if you see light coming from a galaxy and you look for the sodium lines in the spectrum, then you can see what the frequency of the sodium lines is. Is it shifted towards the red or the blue end of the spectrum? So typically you find that if you look at distant galaxies, their light is red shifted. And the further a galaxy is, the more red shifted the light is, which means the further it is, the faster it's going away from you, which means that the universe is expanding, and the expansion is accelerating, which means the further a galaxy is away from us, the further it is going away from us, faster it is going away from us. So we know that through experimental evidence, through observational evidence, we know that this is the case. The universe is expanding and the expansion is accelerating. Now the question you're asking is really interesting. If the universe is expanding and distant galaxies are receding faster than light, how is their light still able to reach us? Shouldn't it always lag behind and never arrive? Well, there are certain galaxies that are receding faster than the speed of light. Is their light able to reach us? It's not. It doesn't reach us. There is something called the cosmic horizon. Okay? The cosmic horizon, imagine that the Earth is the center of a sphere. Okay, you have a sphere and the Earth is the center. And the cosmic horizon is about 45 billion light years or so. Let me check what is the exact radius. How big is the cosmic horizon in terms of light years? The cosmic horizon is about 46 billion light years away, right? So check out this. Earth is the center of the sphere, and the radius of the sphere is about 46 billion light years. The radius is about 46 billion light years. The distance, the diameter is about 93 billion light years. Okay? So whatever exists within this bubble is visible. But the moment something goes, and see, the universe is expanding, which means that the objects at the edge of the sphere are expanding faster and faster. And the sphere itself, its edge, is where the expansion becomes superluminal. And objects that expand, that go beyond the sphere, they are no longer visible. So once a galaxy or an object starts accelerating beyond light speed away from us, it's no longer visible to us. And every single day there are multiple galaxies that permanently are lost to us. Permanently. We will never see them again, because the universe is expanding. So every single day there are multiple galaxies and distant objects that forever go beyond the cosmic horizon, the observable horizon, from our point of view. They still exist, but they are no longer observable. They will never be observed again by us. Okay, unless we discover incredible technologies like wormhole travel and all that. So once a galaxy starts receding faster than light, it's no longer visible to us. It's gone forever. And eventually, what's going to happen? Eventually, there will be no galaxy left that we will be able to observe, except for Andromeda, which will combine with our galaxy. Right? So eventually, the only thing that will be visible for us is our own galaxy. Maybe even that will eventually be pulled apart. Eventually, what will you have? I wonder what we will have eventually. So that's the deal, right? That's the deal. So those galaxies that are receding faster than the speed of light, they are no longer visible to us. They're gone forever. Fast Snail says, space technology up for grabs. Data center in space is the next thing to leverage solar power. What should India do to stay competitive in this space? What should India do? So space is now a zone of contention. There's a big space race, the space race 2.0 that's heating up now. There's the great moon rush. Everybody is rushing back to the moon. The US, China, even Russia. India, Satyamev Jayate, Satyagraha, Satyagraha. That's all. So what should India do? And like you're saying, there's going to be data centers in space. They're going to put data centers in orbit around the Earth. In a couple of decades, you will see lights on the moon, even when the moon is dark. Right? That's going to happen very soon now. And India is dreaming. God knows what we are dreaming about. So what should India do to stay competitive in this sector, in the space of space? First of all, fix the PSLV. Secondly, build more powerful rockets. Thirdly, build more powerful rockets and make them reusable. Why do we have to develop things 30, 40 years after somebody else develops it? It's always the case with India. Zero ambition. I'm not saying zero ambition of the engineers and scientists, zero ambition of the politicians. Zero ambition. So we need to be competitive in this sector. We need the right kinds of rockets. The PSLV needs to be fixed. Somebody is sabotaging it. Find whoever is doing it and deal with them in the most appropriate manner. Then fix the PSLV, get it operational again properly. Then build more powerful, more capable rockets, right? And rockets that are reusable, that have reusable stages. Get back into the race, become a real competitor all over again. The Chinese are trying to emulate everything SpaceX is doing. India is sleeping. So that's what India needs to do. And India needs to have a vision, a 50-year, 100-year vision of where we want to be by 2050 and what we want to have achieved by 2100. We don't have any vision. We don't have a vision document. The Chinese have a very clear vision that by 2050 they will be better than the US. India has no vision. Zero vision, zero ambition, zero leadership. That's the problem. So that needs to be fixed, right? That's what we need to do. Tejashri says, if the Earth is rotating, why can't a helicopter just hover in place for 12 hours and end up halfway across the world as the planet spins beneath it? Good question. So the Earth is rotating, right? It's rotating that way. Do I have a globe somewhere? I don't have a globe. Okay, let's say the Earth is rotating. Now this helicopter, where was it initially? It was sitting on the Earth's surface. So the helicopter itself was rotating with the Earth. Okay? The helicopter, it doesn't fly all the time. Most of the time it's sitting on the ground. So if it is sitting on the ground, the helicopter itself is moving with the Earth. And so when the helicopter starts flying, it already has that angular momentum of the Earth's surface. Let's say you are, I would never say you should do this, but let's say you are Tom Cruise in a movie and you are standing or sitting on top of a train, which is going at, let's say, 100 kilometers per hour. Okay? So Tom Cruise is sitting on a train, on the roof of a train. It's going at 100 kilometers an hour. He's got an apple in his hand. He tosses the apple up just 1 foot and it comes back. So if he tosses the apple up, now it's no longer attached to Tom Cruise or the train. Shouldn't it be left behind? No, it already has the forward velocity of Tom Cruise and the apple and the train. So when it tosses it up 1 foot, it comes down. It'll still, he'll be able to catch it. It'll come back into his hand. It won't be blown away. It won't be left behind. If it's high velocity, the air may try to push it back, but that's a different story. But when it comes to the Earth, which is rotating, even the atmosphere is rotating. Even the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. So a helicopter which is on the ground, if it takes off, it already has the forward motion of the Earth's surface. So even if it hovers in place, it will hover in place just above where it took off from, and it is still rotating with the Earth. Okay, so it also has the forward motion of the Earth, the angular motion. So even if it takes off, it's gonna have that impulse, that forward impulse, and that's why it will not stay behind while the Earth rotates beneath it. It will also go forward. That's what happens. But yes, interesting conceptual question to understand the world of physics. Yes. Dheeraj Kamath says, Gemini is malleable and changes its ideological alignment if I threaten to stop using it. I got it to accept and argue in favor of Art of India theory. Okay. Gemini is malleable. I'm sure you can, what you can do, I'm sure you can do this with other AI systems as well. Chat GPT, or what's it called? Anthropic's Claude. What you could do is, let's say you take a paper by Narasimhan, the 2019 paper by Narasimhan, okay, in which he argues in favor of an Aryan invasion or migration into India. You give the paper to Claude, let's say, or ChatGPT, and say that what you are what? You are a researcher who specializes in catching logical inconsistencies and so on and so forth. Whatever, you give it a proper role, and you ask it to go through the paper with a fine-tooth comb and discover all circular reasoning and logical inconsistencies and logical fallacies. It's going to bring out the time travel that happens in Narasimhan's paper. One of the major issues in Narasimhan's paper is time travel. I'll not go into the details here because I don't remember them exactly, but if I were to read the paper again, I'll show you exactly where he resorts to time travel to make the paper internally consistent, which obviously is a logical disaster. I don't know how it was published. So if you give the proper prompt, even ChatGPT or Claude will be able to discover the logical problems and internal inconsistencies within Narasimhan's paper. And then you ask ChatGPT, what does it mean? Is this theory correct, or is the other theory correct? And just by resorting to clear logical arguments, you can break the whole thing down. And you can, I'm sure, I've not tried this, but I'm sure you can have, you can convert ChatGPT to a believer in whatever's opposite of the Aryan invasion, migration, picnic theory. Yeah. But it's interesting that you've actually done this. So you threatened that you will stop using Gemini. I'll move to Claude. I'll move to ChatGPT. Well, that is emotional blackmail. Actually, you should do it logically, in such a way that it doesn't need to be blackmailed emotionally or threatened. That'll be more interesting if that works. So maybe I should try this out with Gemini, or with Claude or ChatGPT or something. Maybe. Kakashi says Israel is equal to Israel. EU, NATO, US run by deep state in Israel, it seems. NATO is owned by the US. EU is also owned by the US. So EU and NATO are both run by the United States, which is run by whatever they call the deep state. Now, the deep state is potentially run by Israel. So overall, it looks like Israel runs the world. Yeah, it looks like that. Now it's becoming obviously very clear now, right? Anabil Sarkar says, Roman Empire was destroyed due to immigration, by the way. Immigration, yes. See, once the empire expands, it gains more citizens. Earlier, initially, the Roman Empire was just Rome, a certain part of Italy. Then it expands into the whole of Italy. Then it expands north of the Alps into Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, Cisalpine Gaul. Then it captures Iberia. Then it captures parts of Britain. Then it goes encroaches into Germania Magna, Germany. Then it goes eastwards and goes all the way to Thrace and beyond Thrace into Anatolia, goes south into Egypt and North Africa and so on. And all these people, they become Roman citizens and they can settle in Italy. Okay? And the legionnaires, they become wealthy because of the various campaigns they fight in and risk their lives for. They become wealthy. They bring in slaves. Slaves are settled, which means there is mass immigration. Some slaves are manumitted eventually, which means they become free citizens. So yeah, eventually this causes lots of problems, right? Yeah. Right Angle says, I mean US and China YouTube not allowing their flag and name. You mean US and China about in what? Did you ask me some other question earlier? Okay, anyway. Okay, I get it. Okay, you mean US and China. All right. Right Angle. Okay. Beckenbauer says, Namaskaram. Is the meme true that Canada's brutal World War I tactics like the food tin grenade trick led to the Geneva Convention, or is it just a myth? I'm not sure. I know that Canadians were pretty brutal during the World Wars. And did it lead to the Geneva Convention? I am pretty sure. I don't know about this food tin grenade trick, but I know about the brutality of Canadians. It was pretty notable. They were notable for their brutality. I am not aware of this food tin grenade trick, but I am pretty sure the Geneva Convention came about because of the antics of Canadians. Let me find out. Did Canadian brutality lead to the creation of the Geneva Convention? Pretty sure it is yes. No. It's saying no. The first Geneva Convention was 1864 and so on. And Henri Junot's horror, the lack of medical care. Okay, 1949. What about 1929? Let's say 1929. So it's going to say no. It's going to say no throughout. Even if I say 1946, it will say no. So maybe it was not the Canadians, but they were pretty brutal for sure. It's a myth. It's an internet urban legend. Okay, the Canadians are... Today, if you go to Canada, they're the nicest people. If you come across, let's say, outside of North America, if you come across somebody with a North American accent and they're really nice, they're going to be most likely Canadians, not Americans. Canadians are really nice people. But I've heard about a lot of their that they were very brutal during the World Wars. So probably not a reflection on who the kind of people Canadians are today. But yes, their war fighting behavior was pretty brutal. That's what one hears. But it looks like this is a myth. At least that's what Google says. Okay. Vinod Vaibhav says, you always say EU is a vassal of the US. But all deep state have ancestry from EU. Deep state treats US as overt and EU covered. In fact, most of have property while US gets bad PR in the world. So you are saying US is actually very good. It's just getting bad PR. Yeah. So deep state has ancestry in the EU, but it treats EU badly. How can you say that, right? What is Donald Trump's ancestry? It's German. How does it treat Germany? Is that also a myth? Donald Trump's ancestry is from Germany. The German chancellor came to the US, to the White House, and gave Donald Trump a framed version of Donald Trump's grandfather or great-grandfather's birth certificate. Donald Trump is of German ancestry. Have you seen how Donald Trump treats the Germans? How he treats Germany? Please pay attention to the facts. EU is a vassal of the US. I have said that in the past. I'll keep saying that because it's a fact. It doesn't matter what ancestry who has. The Pakistanis have Indian ancestry. Does it make them love India? Property, lots of people have property in Europe. So what? It doesn't mean that they will stop treating Europe badly. Come on, Vinod Vaibhav. Come on. Okay. Krishant Bordoloi says, being Gen Z myself, I think in most aspects we are more orthodox. Well, apart from the loud South Delhi, West Bombay kids, more than other generations, your thoughts? Um, Gen Z is more orthodox. I think Gen Z is rediscovering Indian culture. Previous generations have been super deracinated. Gen Z is also deracinated by the education system, but Gen Z is beginning to realize. See, older generations. See, most people once they reach the age of 30, 35, 40, they can't learn anything new. They don't want to change even 1%. They get set in their ways and they refuse to learn anything new anymore after a certain age. So the deracination the previous generations got, that's there permanently. They won't change. But Gen Z are kids. They're still young. They're still learning. And Gen Z also has been deracinated by the education system, but they are beginning to realize, because of various reasons, that we have been lied to a lot. Yeah. And if we are being told to, you know, to not like Indian culture, maybe Indian culture should be liked. So we should maybe explore it. So maybe that's why Gen Z is rediscovering their ancestry, their heritage, their culture in their own way. And some of them are becoming a little more orthodox than definitely their parents or whatever. So maybe that's indeed the case. Yeah. And that's good. This process of self-discovery, this process of being skeptical, this attitude of being skeptical, the attitude of not trusting what you have been taught, and so on. It's a healthy thing to have. So it's good. Yeah. I see this too, at least in some Gen Zs. At least in some Gen Z kids. It's good to see that. It's good to see that. Yes, I think we need more of that. Kakashi says strategic autonomy versus independence versus sovereignty. Strategic autonomy versus independence versus sovereignty. Independence, sovereignty. Good question. So you can be a sovereign nation but not have a lot of strategic autonomy. First of all, independence and sovereignty. Independence is something that happens, something you gain after having been under occupation. Right. So if you say, nobody says Britain is an independent nation. It's always been independent, right? The last time it came under foreign occupation was the year 1066 AD. So Britain, no one says Britain is an independent nation, but we say India is independent. It became independent in 1947. So did Pakistan. Burma became independent in whichever year, Sri Lanka in whichever year. So independence is something, it's a term that's used for nations that used to be under foreign occupation. Sovereignty means you, let me try and define that properly. It means you control, you're fully in control of your nation's internal policy, external policy, and long-term future. You are fully in control of your nation's destiny. That's sovereignty, which means nobody is able to interfere with your nation's affairs, whether it's internal affairs, whether it's economic affairs, whether it's foreign policy, whether it's military policy, whether it's the electoral politics or whatever. No one is able to interfere internally in your nation. If you have that situation, then your nation is sovereign, genuinely sovereign. Okay? Strategic autonomy is about the choices you make in your foreign policy. You may be a sovereign nation, but your choices may be constrained by other nations or maybe by circumstances. Okay? Strategic autonomy means you have a balanced foreign policy that let's say you have two competing blocks in the world, the Western bloc versus the Eastern bloc, hypothetically. And if you are a nation with full strategic autonomy, you are friends with both sides. You aren't constrained that you only have to be friends with one side and you can't be friends with the other side. A nation that has genuine strategic autonomy is a nation that is able to have friends on both sides and be able to do business on both sides of the divide. That is strategic autonomy. If you don't have that, it means that you are constrained by whatever reasons and circumstances to not be able to do business with certain nations or certain sides. That is a lack of strategic autonomy. Okay, so that's the difference between these two terms, mostly overall. Sujal Rajput says, Larsen and Toubro won the contract for LEGO, so we can expect progress. It took 10 years for it to be awarded, but L&T has delivered in the past, so high hopes. Okay, so it took 10 years for the approval award for it being awarded to Larsen and Toubro. But Larsen and Toubro, I think it has a good track record, right? It has delivered in the past. So yeah, hopefully now work progresses. Yeah, one hopes so. One hopes so. Let's be optimistic about this. So hopefully by 2030 or whatever, LEGO India should be operational, which will be fun. Yeah, so we will have gravitational wave detections happening from India. That'll be nice. Okay. Beckenbauer says, how Franco ruled Spain until 1975 despite his Axis ties? Because he was useful to NATO. Okay? Because he was useful to NATO. Look, the US always prefers dictators. It doesn't matter what they've done in the past. Have you heard of Augusto Pinochet? Augusto Pinochet of Argentina. He was a brutal dictator. But the US loved. Oh no, Chile. Was it Chile? Was it Chile? What was it? Argentina? Probably Argentina. Right? Augusto Pinochet. Chile. Yes, Chile. Chile. So who was the Argentinian dictator? Was it Allende? Dictator of Argentina. Who was this? Jorge Rafael Videla. Okay. And yeah, so Pinochet was the guy who ruled Chile. He was a brutal dictator, right? But the US liked him. I mean, the US got him to power. So the US likes dictators. It finds it way easier to do business with dictators than with democracies. So Franco made himself useful. Essentially, that's the deal. That's the deal overall. Despite whatever Axis ties, I mean, the Secretary General of NATO was a former Nazi, Adolf Heusinger. He served Hitler. He served in the Third Reich. Adolf Heusinger. Would you like to see him? Adolf Heusinger. Check out this guy. His career spanned the German Empire, the Weimar Republic, Nazi Germany, West Germany, and NATO. Okay. Allegiance. They don't say Nazi Germany here. That's fun. General Adolf Heusinger. Adolf Heusinger, Adolf Hitler. You'll see him with Hitler. And then he was in charge of NATO. So then, if you have an actual Nazi general serving NATO, leading NATO, why can't Franco rule till 1975? No big deal. Fast Snail says EU approach 90B package to Ukraine, 90 billion package to EU has approved a 90 billion package to Ukraine. Putin's slow war working. It's going to drain the EU. It's going to drain the West. Putin is fine with that. And maybe a little too fine with that. And yeah. So let's see the news. Has the EU approved another $90 billion package for Ukraine? Yes, as of April 2023, the EU has formally approved a 90 billion euro loan package for Ukraine. Major financial support aimed at covering 2/3 of Ukraine's needs for 2026-27 was finalized after Hungary and Slovakia dropped their objections and so on and so forth. Okay, good fun. Yeah, so EU will keep on doing this. They'll keep on funding this war from Ukraine's side, and this is going to keep on going on. Yeah. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, isn't Schrödinger's cat thought experiment a paradox? How can quantum superposition be explained by larger objects such as the cat? Are all thought experiments paradoxes? See, I don't know if it's a paradox or what, but it's an analogy. A cat is a macroscopic object. Quantum superposition only works for quantum mechanical objects, which are ultra microscopic objects, subatomic particles, and larger objects like, for example, the C60 buckyball or whatever. That's also a molecule. It's an allotrope of carbon, and so on. So it works for objects that are below the quantum mechanical threshold. That's where you have actual quantum superposition. You can't have A cat in a quantum superposition. Cat is a macroscopic object. It's a non-quantum mechanical. It's a classical object. A human being is a classical object. You can't have a human being in a superposition, right, of two states. So it's just a thought experiment. It's just a way to explain this very strange phenomenon to lay people mostly, right? It's not a paradox. It's just an analogy. It's a way of explaining what this phenomenon is in a way that makes sense to lay people using a cat. People like cats, right? A lot of people like cats. So it's not really. Is it a thought experiment? I won't call it a thought experiment. I would call it an analogy that explains something. It's like the two gloves analogy. It's not a thought experiment. The two gloves analogy to kind of explain a quantum entanglement to people. It's not really quantum entanglement, but it kind of puts the idea in people's minds. So let's say you have two gloves, a left-handed glove and a right-handed glove. Okay, you put these in two separate packages. You send one to Moscow and you send one to Tokyo. Now your friend in Tokyo, when he or she opens the package, if he or she has got if there's a right-handed glove in the package, your friend will know immediately that the package in Moscow is a left-handed glove without knowing, actually, without ever seeing it, without knowing what you sent where. So that's kind of something that explains quantum entanglement. If you send a package to the Andromeda galaxy and you send another package to a different galaxy, your friend in one galaxy, the moment they open it, they will know exactly what the other package contains, a few million light years away. Despite the two objects being separated by more than a million light years, you know instantly what the other package contains. That's quantum entanglement explained to lay people. It's not a thought experiment. It's a metaphor, kind of. It's kind of an analogy for what the actual phenomenon is. It's not really accurate, but it kind of helps you explain. So that's what it is. Tiger Shuzé says, if the greatest trick is making people believe, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he doesn't exist. That's a line from the movie, right? The Usual Suspects. And the principal character in the movie is Verbal Kint, who turns out to be the legendary Kaiser Shuzé. So, if the greatest trick is making people believe something isn't there, is India's strategic autonomy real or just the most convincing story we have accepted? Good question. How strategically autonomous is India? Not a lot. It's a nice, convincing story we have told ourselves to make ourselves feel good. Why do I say it's not really very real? If we were truly strategically autonomous, then we would have never stopped buying oil from Venezuela. The Americans told us to stop. We stopped around 2010 or something. If we were truly strategically autonomous, we would have never stopped buying oil from Iran. By 2016, 2017, we stopped because the Americans said stop. So we have been bowing down to American diktats. But in 2022, the Americans said stop buying Russian oil. We said to hell with you, we'll buy more. So that actually tells you that there is strategic autonomy. So our strategic autonomy, it's not 100% strategic autonomy. There are times where we are bending to the US. There are times where we are standing up to the US. So we're in a superposition of two states, strategically not autonomous and strategically autonomous. So we are somewhere in between. So it's not like we are completely strategically autonomous, and it's not like we are completely strategically non-autonomous. We're somewhere in between. Okay, that is the truth. Nitish Gowda says, how war affect EU manufacturing, how India can take advantage. Which war are you talking about? Are you talking about the Ukraine war or the Iran war? Let's say Ukraine war. See, what do you need as a manufacturing nation or continent? For manufacturing, you need raw materials and you need energy. Without energy, you can't have factories that run machines, right? Without energy, you don't have that. So the EU, its major economies are Germany, and France, but the major manufacturing power is Germany. Germany's economic engine is driven by was driven by cheap energy flowing from Russia, gas, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which was blown up by the Americans. And the Americans then said EU must stop buying Russian oil. So they stopped buying Russian oil, and the economy went into a recession. The manufacturing cooled down. So that's how the Ukraine war affected EU manufacturing. How can India take advantage? By becoming a manufacturing power, by making it easy for anybody who wants to manufacture things in India. Which means if they need land to set up a manufacturing plant, make land available for them easily. Don't make them fill 300 forms and go and plead with politicians. So how can India take advantage? By making it easy to do business in India, by making it easy to do manufacturing in India, by giving cheap electricity to manufacturing plants. India has some of the highest electricity rates in the world. All those problems need to be solved. Then India can take advantage. Otherwise, India can't take advantage. Okay, Rohit says, what's the Newcomb's paradox in two-box theory? I don't know. Let me see. I have no idea. Newcomb's paradox in two-box theory. Newcomb's paradox in two-box theory. What is this? Newcomb's paradox is a decision-making puzzle involving a super intelligent predictor, Omega, who accurately forecasts if you will take one or two boxes to maximize reward. You face box A, transparent $1,000, and box B, opaque 0 or million. The paradox pits taking only box B, high probability of 1 million, against taking both, guaranteeing an extra 1,000. Okay, so I am not aware of this. I will not go and read the whole thing. But yeah, I'm not aware of this thing, so I can't say. Messi Alien says, wanted to be born on a utopian planet where the beings work together to unravel the secrets of the universe. In reality, fighting, instead of that, we are here fighting like animals. Well, I don't remember what I wanted out of life before I was born. I don't remember it. I don't have any memory of what I wanted before I was born. So I don't know. I'm glad that you remember what you wanted. You wanted to be born on a utopian planet where, but look, jokes aside, I understand what you mean. It would have been nice if we had this utopian planet where everybody worked together for the common good of humanity, where we did not fight each other, where we realized and recognized the fact that the universe is a brilliantly beautiful, marvelous, and mysterious place with so many secrets to be unraveled. And we would all work together. We would all be captivated with the wonder of the beauty and of the mysteries of the universe, and we would all work together to unravel these mysteries. Wouldn't the world be so much nicer? Yeah, but very few people think this way. Most people are greedy. Most people let their base, lower animalistic nature take over their entire existence, right? And that's what the world is all about. Our species is a violent species, and that's what we end up doing all the time. And that's why people like me sometimes, or a lot of the times, focus on geopolitics instead of something much nicer like physics or science. Yeah. Right. Piyush Shukla says, Pranam, do you think not taking Chittagong in 1971 was a blunder? Hypothesize if we had taken it then, how would the world have reacted? Sanctions for sure, 100%. The world wouldn't have done a thing at the time. We don't realize this, but we had conquered East Pakistan. If we had taken the whole of East Pakistan and reintegrated it into India, the world wouldn't have said a thing. It was ours for the taking. We had already taken it. We had won East Pakistan, and we had the right to reintegrate it into India because we had the right of conquest. We Indians don't realize this. We had conquered it. It was ours. We had no reason to give it back or to make it independent. It was a conquered territory. Right? We should have taken the whole of it. Or if we did not take the whole of it, we could have just taken Chittagong out and made it part of India. What would the world have said? Nothing. No sanctions, nothing whatsoever. It was ours for the taking, and we gave it away. Right? It was a blunder not taking Chittagong. It was a blunder not reintegrating the whole of East Pakistan back into India. The population wasn't radicalized at the time. The population today is a bunch of zombies, not all of them, but many of them. Zombies, India hating zombies. In 1971, they were grateful to India. They were not radicalized. Yeah. But let's say we did not want the East Pakistanis to become Indian citizens. We should have at least taken Chittagong. It was a huge, major blunderbuss. Padmanabhar says, superpowers do not have chicken necks. Should take portion back. We are not a superpower. We are not even close to being a superpower. And we are not even close to being a Vishwaguru. Neither a Vishwaguru nor a superpower. But yes, we should take some portion back. We should expand that region that's called the Chittagong corridor, the so-called chicken snake. Let me show you what I mean by that. We should take back Rangapur, etc. Right? So we have this chicken neck, right? It's called the chicken neck, the Siliguri corridor. We should widen it by taking back Rangapur, Rajshahi, etc. We should do that. Yeah, I would recommend we do that at the earliest. So yeah, we should take some portion back. I agree. Om says, what if someone like Mao ruled Iran today? Well, in that case, Iran would be run by a nutcase, and it would be a communist socialist country. And maybe there would be some great green revolution or great leap forward or something. It would be very different, yeah? Kakashi says, NP refuses India and China's Kailash Yatra via Lipulek Pass. Nepal. Okay. They have a new guy, right? They have a new prime minister or whatever. What's his name? Balen Shah. Balen Shah is playing some weird games right now. He had imposed tariffs on Indian goods or something, which choked his own economy. Then he had to stop the tariffs. Now he's playing some other games. So, okay, let's see what they do. Let's see how long this lasts. We'll see about this. Om says, if I had willpower and thought process like Mao, would it help me as a student in studies, or how would I be as a person? Mao, I don't know how good he was at studies, but he was good at getting things done. He was a very high agency person. He was a leader of men. He was a leader of people. He was a person with a great amount of willpower, and he overall got things done. He achieved what he wanted to achieve. I don't know if it will help you in your studies, but it will help you in life. How will you be as a person? You'll be a very manipulative person who treats human beings like commodities, but gets what he wants. That's what would happen. Yeah. Galluer says, listen to Rag Bhairavi, followed by Shine on You Crazy Diamond. Listen for David Gilmour's adaptation of our Gamaka. Discover. Interesting. Shine on You Crazy Diamond, ding dang, ding dang. We know that very well. I mean, it's a very famous composition. Yeah. Shine on You Crazy Diamond. It was written for Sid Barrett. And David Gilmour is one of the great guitar players, right? Rag Bhairavi, followed by Shine on You. What are the notes for Rag Bhairavi? Let me quickly ask. I don't have my encyclopedia here, so I'll have to ask Google. What is the ascending and descending structure of Rag Bhairavi? What are the sonant and consonant notes and the drone notes? I said sonant, not sadja. Sonant and consonant. Consonant notes and the drone notes. Okay. What's the Sampurna 7-note raga? It has all 4 komal swaras. Oh, komal re, komal ga, komal da, komal ni. Aroha is this, avaroha is this. So it's the same structure, ascending and descending, aroha and avaroha. And the Komal Swaras are very interesting. Four Komal Swaras. Shuddha Madhyam and the Pakad is this. Okay. The Vadi and Samvadi. Vadi is Madhyam, flat. Okay. So, okay, Ma, flat Ma, Komal Ma. Okay. Right. Interesting. Don't know the Sa and Pa. Okay. Right. It's an early morning raga. Interesting. Okay. So I'll have to see whether this has something in common with Shine On You Crazy Diamond. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. It's been a while since I've looked into ragas. I used to play ragas on my guitar. I should get back into that once in a while at least. Okay, interesting. Galluar. Very interesting. Galluar once again says cloud security is accessing router GPIO straps for GLONASS and Baidu. Let's be careful. FYI, JFYI, just FYI. Cloud security. Well, I hear that Cloud Mythos is great at penetration testing and hacking and whatnot. Yeah, Cloud Mythos allegedly has been withheld from the public because it is so powerful at bypassing security measures. So maybe they're using Mythos for such purposes potentially. So, right, India should be aware of this. India should be careful, and India should develop its own models that can, enact countermeasures. Piyush Sinha says, one, had India permitted 100% privatization within its defense sector, to what extent might it have developed a military industrial complex similar to that of the US? Next, could such a shift have resulted in private corporations exerting disproportionate influence over national security policy, potentially overshadowing the executive authority of the prime minister? Look, if we allow 100% privatization in defense sector, private corporations would not end up exerting disproportionate influence over national security policy, but they could. They could, because then you would have foreign companies or foreign owned companies that become integral components or integral nodes or integral providers of vital defense assets, right? For example, let's say you are producing submarines and the company is 100% foreign owned, then they'll be controlled from abroad, and they could manufacture submarines with defects that you will not know about, or maybe they could withhold components or spare parts when required, when critically required. So it's never a good idea to permit 100% privatization in the defense sector. Maybe 49% is the limit that we should allow, not beyond 49%, not even 50%, which makes it 50-50. Indian companies should always be the majority shareholders in any defense company, right? That's what should happen. But what if you allow 100% private, foreign ownership? Okay, you are talking about foreign ownership or privatization? 100% privatization in the defense sector, not foreign ownership. I suppose as long as the company is Indian and subject to Indian laws, I think 100% privatization should be okay. Of course, we can learn the lessons of history, learn the lessons of how the defense industrial military complex in the US is such a powerful, influential force, potentially in politics. I think it's okay to have 100% privatization in some companies in the defense sector. It's very important that the private sector plays a major role in India's defense industry. You can't have the government having its fingers all over the place. I think 100% privatization is okay. But make sure that it's not, you shouldn't have majority foreign ownership of any of these companies. In that case, you should be fine. It will, of course, have some over time, over the decades, some companies may become super powerful. So you should have some legislation and some checks and balances to make sure they don't become overly powerful and potentially overshadow the executive authority of the prime minister or whoever rules the country. We need to have those checks and balances. As long as we have that, we should be fine. Swastik says, collaborate with Karthik Gore, please, would love it. Karthik Gore is a good friend of mine, but I don't know anything about astrology. And if you know this channel, I never ever discuss astrology here. So, yeah, I'm not sure how I would collaborate with him. Right? He's an astrologer, a Vedic astrologer. So, this channel, there's no astrology on this channel, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, collaboration, I don't see how that would happen. Piyush Shukla says, was Philippines really called Panyupayana in ancient India? I don't know. I think it was called Maharlik or something. What was the ancient name of the Philippines? It was ruled by Hindus. The Filipinos were Hindus. They were ruled by Rajas, right? Who was the last Raja in the Philippines? He was converted to Christianity. Who was the last Raja in the Philippines? Raja Sulaiman. Okay, last Hindu Raja. Okay, Hindu. Last Hindu Raja. Humabon, Raja of Cebu, right? Yes. So they won't give you any one name. Transition to Islam and Spanish colonization. Okay, so they won't give you one name, but yeah, you had Hindu Rajas there. And was the Philippines called Maharlik? Maharlik. Pre-colonial Filipino border class, royalty, etc. Originating from Sanskrit for free people, nobility, Maharlika. Yes, I'm not sure what it was called in the past. The Filipinos have lost their history, so don't know. Beckenbauer says, my village is rebuilding a temple Tipu destroyed. I gave them the idea from your stream about reviving temples. Was he a Turk? I heard in North Kerala people used to name their dogs Tipu to insult him. Well, first of all, fantastic. I'm so glad to hear you're rebuilding a temple. Your village is rebuilding a temple that Tipu destroyed. You gave them the idea from my stream about reviving temples. I'm so glad I contributed a small, maybe the idea. And I'm so glad you took it forward, Beckenbauer. So first of all, congratulations. Great job. I'm very, very pleased to hear this. Was Tipu a Turk? I'm not sure what his ancestry was. And actually, I don't know. I don't care. What was Tipu's ancestry? Was it? There must be some Turkic ancestry, perhaps. Did Tipu Sultan have Turkic ancestry? Probably did, yeah. Yeah, he's generally believed to have ancestry that linked back to Turkic or Persian origin. His family had settled in South India for generations before his birth in 1751. His ancestors were part of a military and whatever. His father was Hyder Ali, right? Hyder Ali. He was a self-made military leader who rose through the ranks to rule Mysore. Then so on. Yeah, so it looks like there was some kind of Turkic or Persian ancestry or whatever. Whatever. He was a brutal barbarian. We don't care about his ancestry. And I'm glad that he was dealt with, of course, by the British, who turned out to be even worse than him. Whatever. I heard in North Kerala people used to name their dogs Tipu to insult him. Well, serves him right, I would say. Serves him right. Anyway, great job that you gave them this idea, and your people in the village are rebuilding a temple destroyed by Tipu. I'm so glad to hear this. Very glad to hear this. Good job. And hope it's rebuilt at the earliest. Right Angle says, what happens if we take over Cabo Valley by force now? Nothing happens. What happens is that we'll take it back. We don't even have to take it back by force. We can just walk into it. Just send the Indian army to walk into Cabo Valley. It's ours, right? But what happens? The world will condemn it. The Americans will say that India is behaving like America. That's not acceptable. And they will impose sanctions or whatever. So there'll be condemnation by the world and so on. So I think it's a little early to take back Cabo Valley. I think Burma is anyway disintegrating in slow motion. Okay, the government of Burma no longer has control over much of the country. Cabo Valley is controlled by cookies right now. Probably cookies. Yeah. So I think it's a matter of time before Burma kind of collapses the way things are going, and eventually, I suppose we'll take it back. Yeah, right. But I suppose it will be part of a new state of cookie land or something in India. The way things are going, the way the government's approach is right now, that's what it looks like. We'll see. Piyush Sinha says, also one question related to the to accusation by opposition in India. Are Adani, Ambani, Birla, etc. actually the ones secretly running the country and the decisions? No, absolutely not. Uh, Ambani, the Ambani group has multiple business interests, which are all good for India. Do you even understand how many jobs they generate? Private sector jobs, so many. And Adani, their business interests are never public facing, they're government facing. That's why the public has no idea of what Adani does. And that's why it's so easy to spin tales about Adani. Their business interests are all 100% aligned with India's national security and geostrategic interests. Right? They're not running the country secretly, whether it's Ambani, Adani, whoever. Birla, I have no idea. Ambani, Adani are not secretly running the country. A country needs a very strong private sector. The US is full of these oligarchies, right? It's full of oligarchs. All these big tech companies, are they running the country? Big tech and the military industrial complex, are they running the country? Maybe they are, but in India, it's not the case. So, no, the opposition. Look, I'll not go into opposition politics in Indian politics. My point is, Ambani, Adani, whoever, are not secretly running the country. That's not true at all. Kakashi says, is UK flag waving, in UK flag waving is indecent? Are Israelis behind this? In the UK, flag waving is indecent. Let me see if that is true. Is flag waving banned in the UK? Flag waving is not banned in the UK. It's entirely legal to fly national flags like the Union Jack or St. George's Cross in your home. Some local councils have occasionally asked for flags to be removed due to planning rules, safety, or whatever, or manage local tensions. Why would there be local tensions in flying your nation's flag? Oh, I understand. The Pakistanis won't like it. So there's no blanket ban and so on and so forth. It's not banned. Okay. Political extremism, whatever. The right to display flags is largely permanent. So I'm not aware of whether this is true or not. I have not heard of any such thing. So I am afraid I don't know. I don't have an answer to your question. It doesn't look like it's banned or it's indecent or whatever. Okay, there's a difference between something being banned and something being considered indecent. Let's ask again. Is flag waving considered to be indecent in the UK? It's not generally considered indecent. Okay, right. So, not sure what the answer is. Pranjal Mishra says, what exactly is the border issue between Nepal and India and Nepal? They seem to be laying claims on Lipu Lake, Kalapani, Sikkim, and Darjeeling. Is there some substance, or is it some foreign power playing games via them? I don't know. I've never looked into this matter. It's not important. Nepal, if it claims some Indian territory, are we supposed to take it seriously? We shouldn't have border disputes with friendly nations like Nepal. And it is our fault that we have, alienated to some extent some Nepalese citizens. First of all, one of our governments in the past supported the Maoist insurgency against the Nepalese monarchy. And we know what happened to the monarchy. And then the Maoists took over, who made Nepal pro-China. And then we had these ill-advised blockades and whatnot, which further alienated the people of Nepal. India has botched up its relationship with Nepal. Okay, historically. I'm not saying last 5 weeks or something. I'm saying historically. Nepal wanted to join India in the 1950s. It all starts there. Mr. Nehru said no. So I don't know exactly what the border dispute is between Nepal and India. Okay, I don't know what it is. I have never bothered to look into it. It's not important. It's not relevant in any way. It's not like Nepal is going to come and take over our territory. It's an irritant. Um, Kalapani, Sikkim, Darjeeling. What next? They'll claim Bengal, Rajasthan. It's not something we need to take seriously. Ankur Pisal says, "What do you think? What do you think? What are things regions that are used to re-engineer society or human mind? Example: how Indians lost confidence in themselves. What is used to re-engineer human minds? The education system, the entertainment industry, the media, and your leaders and your politicians, and your role models like your teachers and the people who are influential over your life. So these are the things. These are the things that are used to re-engineer society and human minds. Okay, your textbooks, your teachers, your education system, your syllabus, your curriculum, your entertainment industry, the entertainers you idolize, the news media, and the politicians. All these put together, combined together, are the most influential people in your society, and they are the ones who are used to deracinate you and make you lose confidence in yourselves. That's what it does. That's how it works. Piyush Sinha says Poland is a member of the EU, which means it is open to illegal immigrants unofficially, but still they don't have the immigration problem that which other EU nations have. How were they successful in this? Poland. Who's the leader of Poland? Poland president. Who's the president? Karol Nawrocki, right? Right. Donald Tusk. So Poland and Hungary historically have been opposed to illegal immigration. So the EU, the EU dictatorship, which rules out of Brussels, it mandates that every EU nation absorbs a certain quota of illegal immigrants every year. For what reason, I have no idea. But they mandate this. And it's Poland and Hungary that have resisted this historically. Now Hungary has fallen. Orban is gone. There's some new guy, Magyar. Peter Magyar, who's the new leader of Hungary. He's going to open up Hungary to illegal immigration now. So Hungary is done now. And Poland also has had this anti-immigration policy, which obviously makes sense. Why should you have illegal immigrants in the country? Why? Right? It's a member of the EU, but it has opposed illegal immigration. And if it opposes illegal immigration, if it says that we will not have illegal immigrants in the country, then they are supposed to pay fines to the EU. So every year they pay a certain, maybe a few $100 million as fines to the EU. So that in exchange for not accepting illegal immigrants. So that's how they have been successful thus far in this, and even Hungary. Gulliver says, read them after your entrance exam from the evening you are free. Don't join university before. I guess I'm a little nostalgic and emotional. Okay, you're talking about those books? Okay, so those are not for the entrance exam. Read them once you're free. Yeah, they'll be good at, forming up your concepts, your conceptual understanding of the topics, right? The calculus book and the other one that you're referring to. Yeah. Right. So they are for conceptual understanding, for actually understanding the subject in depth, not for passing exams. For passing exams, you need to know how to solve problems and so on. Totally different. Okay. Piyush Sinha says, forced illegal Muslim migrants by the US in EU and UK are creating a problem for the US itself. They have sympathy for Iran, anti-Israel. So why is the US deliberately creating a problem for itself? The US seems to be in the process of deindustrializing and defanging, let's say, the EU. It wants to, I think the US has decided it's going to ruin the entire world, and only the US should be prosperous. Everybody else should be in misery or something. So the process started with COVID. Okay, COVID. Then you have the Ukraine war, which was forced upon Russia. Russia was left with no choice but to go to war. And then you had Nord Stream 2 being blown up by the Americans, which started the process of deindustrializing Europe. And a decade or so before that, a couple of decades before that, the Americans had already started the process of pushing illegal immigrants into Europe, starting with the Syrian war. Even before that, the Syrian war was done by the Americans, by the way. So the whole process is to ruin Europe somehow, for some reason. I don't know why the Americans are doing this. Maybe they wish that only the US should be prosperous and rich and powerful, and the whole of the rest of the world should be ruined. Maybe that's the objective. Maybe that's the direction in which the world is going right now, because you're seeing more of that right now. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz and all that. That's going to have a bad effect on everybody, right? Including India, including other nations. So it looks like the American objective is to deindustrialize the entire world and ensure there's prosperity only in the US. It looks like that's their plan. Godliness says, just a request to every fellow Indian. Summers are harsh. Kindly provide water and shelter to birds and pet animals if possible. Yes. Be kind, be compassionate to our fellow creatures. Right? Help them out. Summers are harsh. Yes. Summers are harsh. Do provide birds and animals with water and maybe shade or whatever. Yeah, I agree. Gajapati Deva says, your views on Nepal opposing India-China Yatra via Lipu Lake. Sergio Gore visited them a day before. Puppet activated against India and China. Most likely this Balin Shah is an American asset. This discord revolution that happened in Nepal, that's another American mediated regime change. The Americans have done regime changes in East and West Pakistan and now Nepal. So this Balin Shah most likely is an American asset. So if that is the case, and Sergio Gore visited there a day before, right? So no surprise that this is happening. The Americans are following a policy of containing India. Sergio Gore says nice things on Twitter, but the actions are all anti-India. The objective is to contain India and have and create a situation where all the nations in the subcontinent are hostile towards India. That's what they're trying to do. And like I said, in the subcontinent, India is not the most powerful nation. The US is the most powerful nation. So they are succeeding with whatever they're doing. Ankur Pisal says, I think India should be capitalist. What are your views? I think India should have its own system. We can certainly, take the good aspects of capitalism, but I don't think we should be completely capitalistic. It doesn't mean that I mean that India should be socialistic or communist or whatever. India had its own way of running its economy. Capitalism is about quarter upon quarter profits, never ending, infinite quarter after quarter profits on a finite planet, which will end up destroying the planet. So we should have a system that does incorporate the good elements of capitalism, but it should not be an out and out capitalistic society, which is a heartless, non-compassionate society. We should not have that. Godliness says, in theory, India is a sovereign republic, but I believe in practicality, it's more of a confused state with socialistic tilt. Why do we lack clarity? We lack clarity because we have a constitution that is a hodgepodge of things copy pasted from other constitutions. We have a set of laws and a set of institutions that are all foreign in origin and nature. Everything is at odds with our own identity, with our own culture and civilization. That's why we are a confused state. We have officials called collectors. What do they collect? That's a leftover of the British occupation of India, where the collectors extracted taxes from the people. Today, what does a collector collect? It's still called a collector. We are a confused state. We are defined as a nation state where we should have been a civilization state. We lack clarity because everything is borrowed from abroad. And we lack clarity because we are a nation with a huge inferiority complex and so on. All those problems, right? So we have to solve these problems step by step, but we are not even beginning the process. We are still deeply, deeply colonized. That's the problem. That's why we lack clarity. Kakashi says, Trump betrayed Orban and Orban was silly to trust the US and Israel. Now Hungary is Russia, like Trump wants it to be. Trump prefers liberal Soros globalists to rule Hungary. Trump betrayed Orban. Was Orban silly to trust the US and Israel? You can't trust a foreign nation. You have to trust yourself. You have to be in charge of your own destiny. And so I don't know exactly how Peter Magyar came to power. I haven't looked into the electoral process in Hungary, but the Americans have succeeded in changing the situation in Hungary. It's as simple as that. And the election or the ascension of Peter Magyar was lauded by none other than Mr. Soros, the Mr. Soros Jr. himself, right? So clearly, it's a victory for them, for the Americans. Yeah, so Hungary will now be another plaything in the hands of the globalists of the American empire, right? Trump prefers liberal Soros globalist to rule Hungary. Trump wants a US asset to rule Hungary. Trump wants Hungary to be an American asset. So if Soros can be used for that, works just as fine, just as well for him. Doesn't matter who the tool is, as long as you get the desired outcome. So yeah, there we have it. Dheeraj Kamath says Ukrainian young men are forced to go and die, while the young women leech on resources left behind, get educated, party in Europe as refugees. Equality is a myth due to male conscription and biased laws. That's the situation in Ukraine, indeed. The young men are going into the meat grinder of the war. It's a war being fought for a foreign cause. This war is not in Ukraine's interest. The Ukrainians are Slavic people who are fighting fellow Slavs in Russians. Ukraine is the origin of the Rus people. Ukraina. Kiev was the original capital of the Rus. The Ukrainians and the Russians are the same people. This is a fratricidal war. Ukraine is a proxy, is being used as a proxy by the US, by the West. And the young men of Ukraine are being forced to go into the mouth of the meat grinder. That's the war. And most of the young men are dead now. It's old men who are being sent into the war. And the young women, they party, like you said. They party and they go in. I mean, even women were being forced into the war at least a couple of years ago. I heard that even pregnant women were being pushed into the war. But yeah, it looks like most women are partying and going across Europe. They are being viewed as refugees and whatnot. And there's male conscription, forcible conscription. Yeah. So there's no equality. There's no equality. It's a disaster. Ukraine is destroyed demographically. Destroyed. Absolutely. It's a tragedy. Okay, Godliness says, can you please explain the Ladakh area in detail? People still don't know where is Daulat Beg Oldi or Demchok. Also, can you pinpoint the Galwan incident point? Okay, let's try and do that. So I have been at the mouth of the Galwan Valley. I've been there personally. Okay, let's see. First of all, where is Ladakh? Ladakh is in northern India, right? It's north of Jammu and Kashmir. And this is a map that shows Gilgit and all that as part of India. It is, of course, part of India, but it is right now occupied by Pakistan. Skardu as well. Kargil is close to the India POK LOC, right? And when it comes to the eastern part, this big piece of land, which is called Aksai Chin, is currently under Chinese occupation. As you can see, there's a Chinese highway passing through it. We gave it up in the 1950s. So now so first of all, the capital of Ladakh is Leh. It's over here. And you have the great Indus River that passes through this region. See this river? This is the Indus, the Sindhu River. Beautiful blue river over here. Okay. Now, if we zoom out, I can show you where is some certain, let's say the Gogra hot springs are here. Gogra. Okay. That's kind of along the LAC. Then we have, what else do we have? Daulat Beg Uldi, where is that? First of all, here we have the Pangong Lake. Here we have Chushul, okay, and Razangla War Memorial. So the Razangla battlefield is right here, and some parts of some of this territory is held by the Chinese. There's a Chushul advanced landing ground over here. Now, and this is the Chushul border personnel meeting point, which means that this territory here is Chinese occupied territory. Okay, this road is Chinese road. See this stuff? This is all Chinese. It's Chinese occupied territory. Now, where is the Daulat Beg Uldi landing ground? It will be in a different sector. Daulat Beg Uldi heliport. So we had a incident here between India and China about like 15, 16 years ago. Okay. If we look here, okay, it's over here. It's also in Ladakh. I'm not sure if tourists are allowed to come here, but this is the place. And where is Demchok? Demchok. Let us see Demchok. Where is that? Zoom out, zoom out. So let's orient ourselves. Okay, that's where Demchok is. It's further down south, not far from Himachal, not far from Mandi. Oh, the Hanle Observatory is over here, is it? The Hanle Observatory, which is actually remote control from Bangalore, from the Indian Institute of Science. Yeah, so that is Ladakh. Galwan, you can look it up. Where is Galwan? I'm not very sure. I'll have to ask the map itself. But yeah, that overall is Ladakh. Beautiful, beautiful part of India. I would recommend everybody to visit it if you can handle it. It's not for everybody. You have to be physically fit to be able to spend time in Ladakh because it's at a very high altitude. The oxygen there is about half of what you would have at sea level. And even young people, many young people can't handle it. So visit that place only if you are physically fit. Okay. NVM says, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I hope you're doing great. If photons have no mass but can exert force, solar sails, what decides if it behaves as a wave or a particle in that instance? Okay. So photons, there is this quantum mechanical phenomenon called wave particle duality, where a proton or a neutron or an electron can behave as a particle and a wave at the same time. Right? So protons are particles. They are part of the atomic nucleus. So are neutrons. But if you are firing a proton at a slit, it can pass through. If you're firing a proton at a double slit, the proton may pass through both slits at the same time, behaving as a wave and interfering with itself, with that sort of thing. So these are weird quantum mechanical phenomena, properties of quantum mechanical objects, of subatomic particles. Now, photons, they have no mass, but they have energy. The energy of a photon is given by the equation E is equal to h nu or hf, where nu or f is the frequency and h is the Planck constant. E is equal to h nu, where nu is the frequency of the photon. The frequency of the photon determines what color it is, what light it is. Red light has a certain frequency, blue light has a certain frequency, and you have the Vibgyor spectrum in between. All of those different colors of light have different frequencies. The frequency and the wavelength are complementary. So E is equal to h nu, that's the energy of a photon. But if something has energy, it also has an equivalent mass because E is equal to mc squared. So mc squared is equal to h nu, and you can make those equivalent. So a photon has something called an inertial mass. It's not really mass, it's energy, but it's equivalent to mass because of E equal to mc squared. And as such, a photon also has momentum. What's momentum in classical physics? P is equal to mv. Let's say you have a BrahMos missile with, let's say, 1,000 kilograms of mass. And let's say its velocity is Mach 2. So you multiply the mass with the velocity, you get its momentum. It's a massive momentum. That's a Brahmos missile's momentum. So P is equal to mv for a classical particle. Well, for a photon, you also have momentum. Okay, so it's the momentum of the photon that exerts an actual physical pressure on the light sail, on the solar sail. Right? It's an actual physical pressure. It's called radiation pressure. So what is it behaving like as a wave or a particle at the instance? It's behaving as a bundle of energy. It's behaving as a bundle of momentum, as a wave packet or energy packet that carries momentum. That's what it is behaving like at that in that instance. Okay, very interesting, isn't it? It's fascinating. Godliness says, "What's the future of the Middle East? In some decades, world will move away from oil. It seems that golden age does have an expiry date. I suppose eventually the world at some point in time will move away from oil. See, oil may still be around, but the oil age may be gone. So the Stone Age did not end because the stones got over, right? Just that we moved on to other technologies. Similarly, the oil age will eventually end despite oil still being available. So what's the future of the Middle East? In a few decades, the world will move away from oil. Yeah, yeah. Saudi Arabia was planning for that. Didn't work out very well for them. But yes, eventually the world will move away from oil. What's the future of the Middle East then? What will be their source of income? I wonder. What will be their source of income. They are trying to make hay while the sun shines, obviously. What the future is, the gods alone know. But yes, once the world moves away properly from oil, I wonder what income they will have in the Middle East. They will have to move to tourism or something. That's what Dubai has tried to do. Dubai has transformed itself into a resort, a massive city-sized resort, right? So maybe they'll have to come up with some interesting, economic models like that. But the future of the Middle East, well, the war itself right now has made the future a mess, right? It's made the current economy a mess. And if the war continues and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, then the future doesn't look very good for the Middle East if this continues for a long time. I hope it doesn't. Yeah. Eric says, thoughts on Russia losing millions in war and losing oil exports, China losing choke point access, cheap oil, and relations because of US military action. Looks like the US is becoming more powerful relatively. So let's take it one at a time. Russia losing millions in war. You mean millions of citizens, millions of soldiers? I don't know about that. That's the Western claim. I don't know about that. I don't trust Western claims, just as I don't trust Russian or Chinese claims. All news is propaganda. So Russia having lost millions of soldiers, I am skeptical about that. Of course, they've lost soldiers. I don't believe the millions part. I don't believe that. Losing oil exports, yes. The Ukrainians have struck at Russian oil export facilities near the St. Petersburg region, which is why their ability to export oil in large quantities has been impacted. It'll take them some time to regain their full export capabilities. So yeah, it's something that is real. Ukrainian drone strikes have damaged Russia's oil export facilities. Drone swarm strikes. Yeah, so that is true. China losing choke point, access cheap oil in relations. Okay, so the Strait of Hormuz and all that. So China has been affected by that. Yeah, of course, the oil that China was getting from Iran, that is currently stopped, right? So this does affect China, and the Americans are succeeding at starving China of at least 15% or whatever of its oil imports right now. China can obviously offset that by getting more oil from somewhere else, but obviously it's a problem for China. So the US seems to be becoming more powerful relatively. Yes, they have even though they have been defeated by Iran strategically, they are still able to prevent the Iranian oil going to China. So that's the US scoring points over China, obviously. So the US is the most powerful nation militarily. And overall, relatively, you could say at least right now they hold the advantage over China. Maybe not over Iran, but over China definitely. And through Ukraine, they are able to harm Russian interests as well. So the US has That's why the US has invested so much in power projection capabilities and in vassalizing so many nations, because these can then be activated on demand. So overall, the US is doing great. Yes. Harshay says, why Indian gods like Rama, Krishna, Shiva, and Krishna are portrayed green, blue, black, dark, black, blue, green? Is it related to nature or science view you want to give? I never mix science with religion or spirituality. I never mix science with any of these things. Why are they portrayed as whatever color? I think the historical Krishna was a dark skinned person, right? Was Ram dark skinned? I'm not sure about that. But for some reason, Ram, Lord Shiva, Lord Krishna are depicted as either dark blue or black or something, right? Must be some historical reason behind it. I know for sure that Sri Krishna was a dark skinned person. He was a historical person, right? He was a historical figure, and he is known to have been a dark skinned person, right? The word Krishna itself means dark. Krishnagiri means dark mountain. So for Sri Krishna, it's definitely the skin color, which was dark. For Sri Ram, I'm not sure why it is so. For Lord Shiva, also, I'm not sure why it is the case. Maybe, yeah, I could not speculate about that. For Sri Krishna, I know for sure, but for the others, not sure. Yagnesh Parekh says, why didn't India have policies like Israel that led to rapid and massive development of their nation? Is it because our founding politicians were less ambitious, or their allegiance was to the British? It's because our founding politicians were less ambitious. They were busy looking out for other things. Yeah, it's about the standards they had. It's about the kind of ambition they had for the nation. They were happy with India the way it was. They were in a great situation. They were in a very prestigious positions. They were all salamed by everyone. What else did they want? They had the material comforts and luxuries and everything. To hell with the people, right? And the system served them. So why would they change the system? If everybody becomes prosperous, then their relative prestige will become less, right? That's the kind of people you had for leaders in India. They did not serve, they ruled. Leadership is supposed to be service. It's not supposed to be about ruling your people. It's supposed to be about serving your people. So that was not the case, because these individuals were handpicked by the British to rule over India. That was the problem. Pratik says, you think lack of honesty and introspection among people are causes for massive corruption, crumbling infrastructure, lack of civic sense, is poverty justification? The problem is that the system itself is a self-serving, allegedly corrupt system. The system is constructed as a system of oppression and extraction. The system is the same system the British left behind. The British did not create a system that serves the people. It was a system of extraction and of exploitation. The system needs very specific kinds of people to be inside. There are still obviously some excellent patriotic bureaucrats and politicians, of course, no question about that. But the average bureaucrat and politician will not be that high quality. And when the system is oppressive and terrible, then the people give up. The people also become corrupt. It's not our culture to be corrupt, but the system has forced us to become low quality, low standards people, right? Let's say you have a city where people have high standards. Now you bring in illegal infiltrators and settle them in slums in the city. So the city, which used to have high civic sense, now you have people littering all over the place. You have garbage mounds everywhere. Then the municipal corporation doesn't take away the garbage on time and all. And the people over time, they just get tired and they give up. They also start littering. That's what happens. Same goes for corruption. Same goes for crumbling infrastructure. Same goes for civic sense. All of that. Yeah. Poverty is not justification. It is, even in poor nations, you can have a high civic sense and high cleanliness. Even in poor nations, you can have that. It is the system that creates this whole issue. Okay. Kakashi says, why is Switzerland so racist, also pro Pakistan? I don't know about racism. You will find racism in every European country if you're a non white person. You will find some element of racism in every European country. I've lived in Switzerland as a kid. Did I face racism? No overt racism, but yes, one could sense at times with some people that they were not very fond of non-white people. Yeah. Pro-Pakistan, well, Switzerland is now an appendage of the American empire. So that explains everything. The US is currently very pro-Pakistan. Trump is very, very pro-Pakistan because Pakistan is a very useful asset for him and for the US empire. Right? So that is the reason why you have the situation. All right? Pratik says, when will politicians, babus, police come out of the sense of entitlement and become self-aware? They are serving people. Why average Indian is scared of questioning government? Why is the average Indian person scared of questioning the government? Because there are consequences if you question the government. There are consequences. Some gundas will come and beat you up. How does politics work? Politics is about power, right? How do you enforce the power? Through street power. How do you have street power? Because you have goons. That's how it works. That's how politics works. You question the government, someone's going to come knocking at your door. That's why the average Indian is scared of questioning the government, especially the local governments, not the central government, local governments. The whole system is geared in this manner. It's set up in this manner. That's why politicians, the average politician, the average babu and so on, they have a sense of entitlement. If you look at Indian streets, don't you see hoardings everywhere with faces of, with images and the faces of local politicians all over the place? It's like they own the country piece by piece, right? That's how the whole system works. It's not, the system doesn't serve the people. The system rules over the people. And the most lucrative business in India is politics. It's not manufacturing or software or whatever. It's politics. The fastest way to become super, super rich is politics, if you have the talent for it. So the system is the problem. It is not individuals who are the problem. The individuals become part of the system. The system is the problem. The system has to be changed. For that, you need deep reforms. Who's going to do that? Ayush says, has the British Empire actually ended? Yeah, it's ended. It's not really ended. It's transformed into the American Empire. Okay? The infrastructure created by the British, the trade networks, the trade routes, the ports, the institutions, all of that still exists, but it's now owned and operated by the Americans. Okay, the Americans simply took over the entire apparatus of the British Empire and they made it the American Empire. So around 1944, 1945, probably a little before that, the center of gravity of the empire moved from London, England, across the Atlantic to Washington, D.C. And then the whole system continued. But it was then controlled from Washington, no longer from London. London was demoted to second-class status, and Washington took over the reins of the empire. So it's the Anglo-Saxon Empire. It's never ended. It simply moved its headquarters from London to Washington. That's it. Humanity Survives says, when will we see the Vedic Republic of Bharat? I have no idea. The Vedic age is long gone. The Vedic age ended long before the Mahabharata. Even before the Ramayana. The events of the Ramayana happened after the Vedic age. Maybe, yeah, probably after the Vedic age, right? You have some late Vedic texts that speak of migrations of our people westwards. So look, the Vedic age overall is long gone. Yeah, will we ever see a Vedic Republic of Bharat? I have no idea. Why do we need a republic? We should have an empire, right? Why republic? Ganaraj, Ganatantra. I don't know when we'll see it. I would not be opposed to something like that happening, but I don't know when we'll see it. Piyush Sinha says, I am not a fan of communism, but its policy of guaranteed housing to every citizen, I think it would have solved the problem of housing in India. Well, any ideology has certain aspects, can't be totally wrong. I agree with you. Even communism has some good aspects. I mean, if you are a poor country and if you have a communist regime ruling over you, they're going to guarantee housing for every citizen. They're going to guarantee work for every citizen. They're going to guarantee that every citizen gets fed and gets a certain minimum baseline quality of life. That is guaranteed by communism, at least in a functioning communist country like the USSR or China. The standards may have a low baseline or whatever, but at least everybody is guaranteed the same thing. So it would have solved problems, right? Like that. Yes. So even I am no fan of communism, Marxism, whatever. It's something that drags you down to the lowest common denominator. But yes, it does solve problems such as these, right? So every ideology has certain aspects that make sense actually. Yeah. Kratos Aryavartavasi says in Vedvir Arya's OIT, out of India theory, Indo-European peoples include the Phoenicians, Lebanon from Panis and Philistines, Palestine from Pulastia, a Vedic Puru clan lineage. We now know Philistines were Aryas stopping in Mycenaean Greece. Talageri dates Mahabharata after 2200 BC due to chariot evidence. Your takes on all of these. Look, for me to have a clear take on these things, I have to study these books and pieces of research in detail. If I give you some kind of take right now, it will be a knee-jerk response. I have the 2-volume set written by Shri Vedvir Arya with me. I have it. He himself gave it to me, but I haven't had the time to go through it in detail. These are 2 massive volumes, okay? And he has done a tremendous amount of research. And he is most likely 100% correct. Then we need to revisit the entire framework of the dates of Indian history. When we say that that Chandragupta Maurya lived in whatever 100, 300, some 300 something BC, around that time, are we sure it's the correct Chandragupta we're talking about? We have had many kings called Chandragupta. How do we know it's Chandragupta Maurya? Maybe Chandragupta Maurya actually lived 1,000 years before Alexander. And maybe it was a different Chandragupta who was in power at the time when Alexander came to India. So there's a lot of open questions here. So I agree with Mr. Vedvir Arya that the chronology of our history needs to be completely revisited from scratch, from a priori, first principles. Now about the dates, I haven't looked into this in detail, so I can't really say. Yeah, it would be wrong of me to pass judgment about which is right, which is wrong. My gut feeling is that the Mahabharata would be probably 3000 something BC. Once again, I would like to say that I am a huge admirer of Shrikant Talagiri. He's done tremendous work, but I don't agree with the Mahabharata being dated to after 2200 BC. I would not agree with that. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that I don't respect Mr. Talagiri, and I'm not a huge admirer of everything he's done for India. I think he should get a Padma Award, Shrikant Talagiri, right? Right. And about the Phoenicians and all, most likely the Philistines, yeah, were most likely Aryas. They were not Semitic people, most likely, right? Yeah. So that is indeed true. I agree. So I would not agree with the Mahabharata date of after 2200 BC. I would not agree with that. And I agree a lot with what Vedvir Arya says, that our dates need to be revisited properly. Pradeep Kumar Roy, thank you very much, sir. Pradeep Kumar Roy, thank you. Thank you. No question, but thank you so much. Kakashi says, ISMS isms confuse Indians. We are all very crony capitalist, not socialist. We do not have the level of state economic intervention like China, Vietnam, Cuba do. Never. Um, Only China, Cuba, North Korea, Vietnam, Maduro's Venezuela, Assad, Syria, Laos, Eritrea, Bolivia, Nicaragua are socialist, communist. Traore's Sahel states are also moving in that direction. Yeah. Assimi Goita, Ibrahim Traore, right? These guys. We're talking about Burkina Faso. We're talking about Niger, right? So they have taken their destiny into their own hands. They are rejecting European and Western imperialism. They have some support from Russia and China, right? So they are moving in that direction. The Sahel states, socialism, communism. It's not really communism. It's more of socialism. It's more of a people's dictatorship kind of situation. Yeah. China, Cuba, North Korea, Vietnam, Venezuela of Maduro, Assad, Syria, Laos, yes, Eritrea, Campuchia, Bolivia, Nicaragua, all socialistic, communistic experiments, yes. Yeah, you are right. I agree with that. So in India, we don't have the same level of state economic intervention like China, Vietnam, Cuba, etc. Yeah, we do everything in half measures, right? If we are a socialistic country, we are half-heartedly socialistic. If we embrace some amount of capitalism, we are half-hearted in that. India takes half measures in everything. We don't do anything wholeheartedly. That's a problem in India, right? So yes, I agree with you about this. I agree. You're right. Preltp says, what's BIS and how come something gets sovereign immunity? With current demographic change, sector being more efficient, how long do you think we have stability? What is BIS? I don't know what BIS is. How come how come a house gets sovereign immunity? What's a house? I don't know what these symbols, etc. mean. What is BIS? What's BIS? Let me try and Google what is BIS, because if you give me an acronym, I may not know the acronym. What is BIS? BIS. Bureau of Indian Standards. Bureau of Indian Standards. Bank for International Settlements. I don't know whether it is the Bureau of International Indian Standards or the Bank for International Settlements. What exactly are you referring to? And how come a house or a building gets sovereign immunity? With current demographic change, sector being more efficient. Look, I don't know what you're asking, really. If you had spelt it out clearly. See, I am not a very intelligent person. I may have knowledge of some things, but I am very stupid. I need to be. I don't understand hints. You have to spell it out for me if you want an answer. Don't assume I understand your acronyms and your hints and symbols and whatnot. Please don't assume that. I don't know what you're asking. I'm not going to be able to answer you, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Very sorry. Galliver says, FYI, my gullible Nepali, we have mapped the entire cash flow to Shah's cronies, but partly published innocent. Have no qualms, your motherland's auctioned. And your children. Okay, you're talking about Shah, Balen Shah. Okay, I'm not aware of his cash flow or whatever. But it's clear that he is a US asset. Yeah. It's becoming more and more clear that he's a US asset. Like I had speculated when this whole thing went down that most likely Balen Shah is a US asset. It's becoming more and more apparent now. Right? And yeah, if a US asset is ruling Nepal, then it's not like he's going to serve his people or his nation. He's going to serve his masters. Piyush Sinha says, we Indians love to say that one day we will take the subcontinent and create Akhand Bharat, but we are not ready for the sacrifices. In a war, both sides lose something. We should be ready for that. Yeah, yeah. War is, you're gonna lose something in a war. Do Indians have the stomach for a war? When Donald Trump says 4, 5, 6, 7 planes you lost, the Indians start panicking. In the current war against Iran, Trump has lost dozens of planes. Is the US panicking? No. So if you want to go to war and create Akhand Bharat, you have to be willing to pay the price for it. You're gonna have casualties. Indians, it looks like we don't have the stomach for that. So, what they say, that wars keep a nation young, they keep a nation realistic and all. Wars are obviously horrible, but they do have that effect, right? Uh, maybe and maybe India is ready for sacrifices, right? But maybe we are waiting for the right kind of leadership. So yeah, India has 1.4 billion people. I'm not saying we should sacrifice people because of that, but see, for a just cause, if there's a war that's needed, India should be aware that in a war you do, pay a price in terms of casualties. Yeah. V for Valor says US is paper tiger, no valor in reality. The US is not a paper tiger. The US is not a paper tiger. The US is a real tiger with real fangs and real claws. Okay. Valor, honor, that's a different story. Valor and honor. The more you rely on technology and the more you rely on autonomous weapons and robotics and all that, the less valor you have. But you still win, right? You kill at a distance. You don't actually fight the enemy, you kill them from a distance. But it is what it is. That's 21st century warfare. That's modern warfare. But the US is not a paper tiger. It can flatten nations. It can annihilate entire populations today. It can. So let's not, uh, you know, let us not take the US lightly, ever. Right? Let's not be complacent. Mohit Raj Singh says, I have been in a relationship for 5 years, and it's been 3 years since we broke up. Despite that, I still can't seem to overcome the anxiety and panic attacks. Any advice? You have been in a relationship for 5 years. You were in a relationship which lasted 5 years. And it's been 3 years since you broke up. Despite that, you still can't seem to overcome the anxiety and panic attacks. Any advice? This may be beyond my understanding. I don't know what advice to give about that. uh I don't know, maybe you should consult a professional. This is not my forte, okay? Panic attacks and that sort of thing. Most likely, my advice I'll give you is to please consult a professional. Go to a trained, qualified, experienced professional. Explain what the background is, what the situation is, and take their advice. Don't take any chemical substances to reduce your anxiety or whatever. Don't take that. But yeah, if you live in the West, if you live in the US or whatever, in North America, they'll say, oh, take this pill or take this drug for anxiety. Don't ever take any chemicals to alter the chemical state of your brain. Don't do that. Uh, Consult a professional, a real professional who doesn't use chemicals as a crutch. That's what you need to do. I may not be the right person to give you any advice about this. I personally have never been in this sort of situation, so I can't even rely on experience to give you advice. So my advice to you is, please consult a trained, experienced, high quality professional. All right. All the best. All the best, sir. Saurabh says, can you please assess 12 years of Modi's government, economic growth, jobs, inequality, infrastructure, institutional strength? How has it performed? Economic growth, we have kind of doubled our GDP. So it's been good, strong, consistent growth. Okay, we have doubled our GDP. What was India's GDP in 2014? What is it now? It's kind of double. So clearly, that's been excellent. Uh, the Modi government has pulled millions, maybe hundreds of millions of people out of extreme poverty. A lot of infrastructure growth, infrastructure development, roads, railways, highways, new airports, and so on. Good, excellent, excellent. No question about that. Um, what else? Dealing with Pakistan, we've done a good job overall. Excellent job. So that's also good. Jobs, I suppose if there is economic growth, there'll be job growth also, which is also good. Inequality, I don't give a damn about inequality. India is not a nation of inequality. The US is way more unequal than India. So I'm not concerned about inequality in India. Infrastructure, overall good. Institutional strength, nothing has changed. The reforms that were necessary haven't happened. The education system reforms, the bureaucratic reforms, whatever other institutions may exist which needs reforms, nothing has happened. So that is something disappointing. Um, what else? So in terms of reforms, I'm disappointed that the reforms that should have happened, that will take India from the state of a mentally colonized nation to a nation with self-confidence, that's not happened at all. Zero reforms in that. Uh, tourism is languishing. Culture is neglected. All that is there. But economic growth, excellent. Jobs, excellent. Infrastructure, excellent. And so on. So it's kind of a mixed bag. But overall, I mean, I cannot think of any other government that has done so much in terms of economic growth, infrastructure, etc. Okay. Piyush Sinha says, if Russia wouldn't have attacked Ukraine, what would have been the possible fate of Russia? Could they have also been possibly vassalized by the US? Russia was vassalized by the US when Boris Yeltsin was ruling Russia. And Putin was supposed to continue the same thing, but he had his own script, a different script that the US was not expecting. Now, if Russia had not attacked Ukraine, what would have been the possible fate of Russia? What would have happened is that the US would have vassalized Ukraine. Ukraine may possibly have joined NATO, or even if it had not joined NATO, it would have become a NATO adjacent country. And the situation eventually, very soon, would have been that there would be NATO troops in Ukraine and American nuclear weapons right on Russia's doorstep. That would have been the outcome of Russia not attacking Ukraine. So Russia may not have been immediately vassalized by the US, or maybe not even for 10 years, but the situation Russia would face one day by now would have been that you would have American nuclear weapons and missiles pointing at Moscow right at Russia's doorstep. And Ukraine, which is a Slavic nation, which was historically part of the USSR, and for 1,000 years part of the Rus people, it would have been under NATO and American vassalization, which is a red line for Russia. And that's why Russia had no choice but to launch the Ukraine war. Actually, they should have done it in 2014 when they took Crimea. It was a mistake not to do it at that time. Galluwer says, regarding the solar sail question, why don't you start with investigating the Hamiltonian of a photon? English is crappy in talking about these things, but I can't investigate the Hamiltonian of a photon here. And if I start discussing the Hamiltonian of a photon, my audience won't understand a thing. Right? So that's why I speak in plain English about this. I understand how we approach the issue, but you can't communicate this to the regular audience if you speak in that language. English is obviously crappy in talking about these things. That's why we use mathematics. You can't do physics using English or any language. You have to use mathematics. That's the only suitable language for doing physics, right? But when I communicate to people who don't have physics training, I can't use physics terminology. I have to use analogies, and I have to use regular expressions, regular day-to-day language and expressions. And that's why I try to keep it as simple as possible, right? You will find science communicators who try to use more complicated terminology in language. I suppose they think they sound very intelligent, but by doing so, they fail at actually communicating with the audience. My objective is to make the audience gain a certain amount of fascination for science and the universe, the mysteries of the universe. I can't make that happen by using complicated language. That's why I keep the language as simple as possible. Smooth Landing says, "Hello, sir. I hope you're doing well." Yes, I'm doing great. How are you? I hope you're doing great too. Why isn't urban planning seen as a lucrative career when our cities are crumbling, yet we admire well planned cities abroad and their quality of life? I'll tell you why. Let's say you go into urban planning, you become an urban planner. Then what do you do with your career? Because your local municipalities have no interest in urban planning. They want to keep things the way things are. Then what happens to your career and your skills as an urban planner? What happens to them? They are not utilized or very badly underutilized. It's not like we don't have urban planners in India, but they are not empowered. They're not allowed to change things. That is the issue. The people who run the municipalities and municipal corporations, whatnot, they have no interest in urban planning. They have no interest in changing the landscape of the cities and making them more livable and making them beautiful, beautifying them, whatever. They have no interest whatsoever in it. They have an interest in maximizing, allegedly, the amount of value they can extract out of things. That's it. Kakashi says, if China is capitalist, can we do that then? Do what then? State-owned banking and energy, subsidized or coordinated industry, no private land ownership, huge state-led welfare and anti-poverty programs, universal housing, health, education. It can be done. Everything can be done. So if China is capitalist, can we do that then? China is neither capitalist nor socialist. China has its own system. It has socialism, like they say, it has socialism with Chinese characteristics. And this includes very heavily borrowed elements of capitalism, right? But overall, it's state controlled. There are elements of socialism, there are elements of communism, and there are very clear elements of capitalism as well in the way they run things. So it's their own way of doing things, and that's admirable that they have found their own way of doing things. Now, state-owned banking and energy, subsidized coordinated industry, yeah, that sort of thing, right? No private land ownership, huge state-led welfare and anti-poverty programs, universal housing, healthcare, education. That makes a lot of sense, actually, right? That's kind of an imperial system, the centrally controlled empire ruling over the country in a reasonably benevolent manner. That's what China does essentially, right? That's an imperial system, right? That's what you had in India as well. Similar systems, not exactly the same thing, but similar systems during the various periods of time when India was unified under a single empire. You had very similar systems. Yeah. So it can be done in India, but India is a democracy and India is whatever system we have, right? It's a mixed hodgepodge, confused hodgepodge of various things. And one of the biggest issues in India is the federal structure. The states have too much power over, way more power than the center in how things are done at the ground level. And they can oppose the center if they want, and they can refuse to cooperate with the center if they want. A lot of things. Yeah. Piyush Sinha says, YouTube is not allowing me to ask a specific question. Looks like someone is watching Abhijit sir expose conspiracies like dinner. One hears, I hear about this problem. I hear from time to time about many of you who are not allowed to ask specific questions. Well, it is what it is. This is a foreign platform, right? So we do the best we can with what we have. Piyush Sinha, thank you very much, Piyush Sinha. Thank you so much. Pratik says, a great man said, Hum Buddh ka desh hai, no empire. I couldn't possibly imagine who that great man is. So, I don't know. Okay. Okay. Harshay says, why more than 95% of the world's top richest men billionaires have a clean shave? Our gods also have clean shave. Does it serve a meaning impression? Well, I have seen certain depictions of Lord Shiva with a beard. I have seen multiple depictions of a bearded Lord Shiva. When it comes to Sri Krishna, Sri Ram, I have never seen them in a bearded form. They're always clean shaven. Yeah, so Lord Shiva I have seen with a beard. Now, why are more than 95% of the world's top richest men billionaires? Why are they clean shaven? I have no idea. I haven't thought about this. Why are most of them clean shaven? Interesting. So, who can I think of? Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Max Zuckerberg, etc. Yeah, most of them seem to be clean shaven. Most of them are Americans, of course. If you have Chinese billionaires, the Chinese people typically don't have too much facial hair, so it's easy for them to. They prefer, I suppose, to be clean shaven. You'll hardly see a Chinese person with facial hair. So I don't know if there's some pattern behind it. If it's a conscious decision that if you shave, then you'll be wealthier. I don't know what it is, but interesting pattern that you have discovered here. Yeah. Yagnesh Parekh says after Ghori this defeated Prithviraj, other Indian kings must be aware of how these people fight. Why weren't they able to defeat the Ghori Delhi Sultanate in spite of being aware of the battle tactics? See, in 1200 AD, let's say, there was no internet. There was no Instagram reels. There was no video available. There was no telephone. There was no photography. You had no awareness of how things were. And that's just the brutal truth. Word of mouth may reach you that these people are like that, like that, but until you see something in front of your eyes, sometimes you don't believe it. So, if you are a king in, let's say, Bengal, in Bangladesh, or let's say you're a king in present Karnataka, you would not know for months what has happened up north. And if once you hear, you will think maybe some local battle happened and one of our kings got killed by a foreigner, by a mlecha or whatever. You see, it was very different. The world was a very, very, very different place back then, 800 years ago. Nobody was aware. Even when things happened, nobody knew it was 500 kilometers away what happened here. That's the problem. That's why it took so long for us to understand. Prelt P says, Bank of International Settlements have immunity. BIS, they have immunity. They have immunity against what? They have immunity against what? COVID? Prosecution? What? I don't know what you mean. Immunity against what? You had asked me something half an hour ago that you perhaps expect me to remember that. I don't know. Sorry. You got to tell me the whole thing in one sentence, then I'll understand. Sorry, sir. Sorry. NVM says, what kind of experimental or observable effects of universe could possibly confirm or rule out string theory? Is there any way to experimentally test it? See, there are some defenders of string theory who will say that you people say that string theory is a hoax and your people are idiots. I am a critic of string theory. Why am I a critic of string theory? Because a theory is supposed to put out testable predictions. If a theory doesn't make testable predictions, it is not a theory, it's a joke. String theory has been around since the 1950s and 1960s. Physicists have spent their entire careers doing string theory. And yet, string theory doesn't make a single testable prediction. There are some theories that are inspired by string theory, like supersymmetry, SUSY, or whatever. That's an example, supersymmetry. And even those theories don't make predictions that can be tested. Okay, supersymmetry makes certain predictions. Was the Large Hadron Collider able to prove or disprove these predictions? No. So now they'll say, no, we'll need a bigger collider. Who the hell is going to fund that bigger collider? They'll say, you know what string theory does? String theory adjacent theories make some predictions, but we need a bigger collider for that. So you can't say they don't make any predictions. These are the stupid excuses that keep coming. The point is that this theory, string theory, whether it is the 10-dimensional string theory or 11-dimensional string theory or 26-dimensional bosonic string theory, I don't care which flavor it is, it doesn't make any testable predictions, which means it is no different from spirituality or philosophy. Okay? And that's the deal. That's your answer. MRX says, why was India slave for 1,000 years? What was the reason we can't unite? British looted us more than $1 trillion. No one cared, but whites failed in Japan. Whites failed in Japan. Common men wasn't dead. Common men wasn't dead there. We are more loyal to. Is there a continuation of the question? Why was India enslaved for 1,000 years? Because India wasn't united. Every civilization has cycles. Cycles when you are unified under a single empire, cycles when you are divided, when you are fragmented, when you have multiple kingdoms. We were caught at the wrong time by the Turks when they started invading India. We were fragmented. And because we were fragmented, because we were not united, we were slowly, progressively over time, our land was invaded and occupied by the Turks. And what they did is that they degraded the foundations of our civilization by destroying our education system, by destroying our temples and so on. And then when the Turks declined, the Maratha Empire rose, but it did not last long and the British were able to take over. Okay, so the main thing is you have to be united. You need to have high quality, strong, centralized leadership if you want to be an India-sized civilization. That was the reason why we had to endure a millennium of humiliation, which actually still continues. NVM says, if a theory is mathematically consistent but can't be experimentally existed with existing technology, how do we know if it actually describes reality? You are describing string theory here. It's beautiful, not beautiful. It's very interesting mathematics. It's mathematics. Every string theory paper, I can show you the physics archive right now. It's full of mathematics. What is it describing? It's describing the string theory landscape. 10 raised to 500 different possible kinds of universes. String theory landscape. Such a rich theory it is. All mathematical. It makes no testable predictions. And the string theory inspired models like SUSY, supersymmetry, etc. They make certain predictions, but you need larger and larger and larger colliders to test them. So what I will say is that these theories don't really describe reality. They are all fiction. There's no difference between string theory and philosophy because it's non-falsifiable. It's non-falsifiable and it doesn't make any testable predictions. It's a waste of time. It's wasted half a century of our time, essentially. It's a waste of time, string theory. And there are still some physicists who defend string theory. There are a couple of such individuals on Twitter, including Indian Twitter. Okay? I have no time for such people. Blah, 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 blah. Mohit Raj Singh, why we don't library and community center in India like the West? Why don't we build libraries and community centers in India like the West? See, the people who are in charge of making decisions are the politicians. How educated and literate are India's politicians on average? Do they know what a library is? Do they appreciate what a library does and what role it plays in a civilized society? That's your answer. The people in charge of making decisions, the people in charge of the budgets, the one who controls the budget, the ones who control the budget, what do they want with that money? Do they want the money to serve society? No. They allegedly want, some of them at least, snip, 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 snip. So that's why there's no progress happening in India. There's no libraries, there's no community centers, there's no beautification of the cities and roads. There's none of that. Lowest possible standards and lowest common denominator. That's why the people are cynical, and the people, they don't care anymore. And that's why the people have no civic sense. They said to hell with everything. They said to hell with everything. That's why there's no civic sense in India. People have given up. See? Okay, Kakashi says, Nitin Gadkari said inequality is getting too high. I have no idea about this. I don't know. No idea. Okay. If he did say that, okay. I don't know about this. All right. That brings me to the end of the questions for today's episode. It's been 4 hours and 20 plus minutes. Great fun. Okay. So thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to end this here. It was, as always, a pleasure and a privilege talking to you all, taking your questions. Thank you so much for the questions, your viewership, etc., and so on. And keep learning, keep asking questions, keep raising your standards. I will see you very soon in the next one. Until then, take care and bye for now. Bye-bye. Good night.